one of my biggest losers was going to be Wake. I mean, I'll be shocked if Wake is as good in this ranking as they are in the actual polls. And what are they, number 10 right now?
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be in the top 10.
I don't know if they'll be in the top 10. Of course, you got to have 10 teams, and it's hard now.
What are we factoring in here? I mean, how big of the voice is the committee?
They are it.
But I mean, how
they
many
decide who gets in.
How many factors do you think they put into this, though?
It really is all their opinion. I mean, they get all the information and then they decide. And people who have gone through the process, it's not just write down your top 6. There's a process of elimination where they package it. Aaron Suttles is back there, Bama and Bourbon. They package it up four teams at a time let's discuss these 4 teams. And then you come up with the number 1 team, and then you go these 4 teams, and you come up with the number 2 team.
Well, if I was in that room, I could sell Cincinnati. Look, I know the last couple of weeks,
that becomes a big part. Barry Alvarez, as Brown pointed out last segment, was such a big voice, being an AD and a coach, that most people said in his time on the committee, he had the biggest voice in the room.
Yeah, look, here's the thing. Media votes, coaches vote. If you guys believe anything about these polls, if they mean anything, 35% of the polls are Group 5 teams. Now, this Cincinnati team, they haven't lost. They've lost one time since 2019, pre-pandemic, and the one loss was on coaching miscue by Fickle, but it was on a bomb field goal from Georgia.
It was coaching miscue by Fickle, but Georgia hit the field goal.
So this team has done everything they can do. They had, before the schedule, playing 2 top 10s on the road. They beat both of those. I know Indiana's season has gone off the rails a little bit, but Notre Dame is what keeps them in. That's my opinion.
But my response is, if I'm on that committee and I'm maybe not in favor of Cincinnati, my response is, okay, Lance, when they're in the playoffs getting drubbed by 35, are you willing to hear it? Because if we put them in tonight, they're in the playoffs. We're not backing them out.
I get that, and they would be that 4C. But if Michigan State plays Georgia right now, Michigan State gets beat by 35.
That's what I'm saying. True. If it's a blowout, I've got 2015 Michigan State on the phone here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's keep in mind, guys, it's not just Michigan State. Almost every semifinal game has been a blowout.
Or 2017 Washington. I mean,
almost all of them have been blowouts. There have not even name brands. Even Clemson has gotten blown out in a semifinal. Alabama's gotten blown out in a championship, not in a semifinal, but I mean, name brands have gotten blown out in these semifinal games.
To me, Alabama-Michigan State was a bigger blowout than Alabama-Washington, but I was President Biden at the Alabama-Washington game. That game was so boring.
Did you fall asleep?
Fighting to not fall asleep.
Yeah, but at least Washington had the lead for a second.
Yeah, that was a boring.
But again, the committee can make an argument. If you put Cincinnati at 4, it kind of rewards them, and you put either Michigan State or Ohio State right behind them. Those teams at the end of the year, you can easily make the argument that they were able to leapfrog because they're better.
Got to do the lock of the day, brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. That sound right here, flushing toilet, do it. That means someone just got good advice. Always a great plumber on standby. That's what you get with Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and the crew, 205-516-4927, ironmountainworld.com.
We're going a little action tonight. Eastern Michigan visiting Toledo. Toledo's been a little disappointed to me. They should have beaten Notre Dame. They're sitting at 4-4. Eastern Michigan, though, Ben Bryant, the quarterback, completing about 70% of his passes, former Cincinnati Bearcat. Eastern Michigan loves to sling it. It's going to be wide open offense against a really good defense. I like Toledo's defense in this spot. Toledo minus the 9. That is your lock tonight.
It's the lock of the day, brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. The sad turn, not possibly the saddest, but it is very sad for Henry Ruggs, the latest Brown.
Yeah, CBS 8 in Las Vegas, and know that it is not our desire to end the show this way, but this is what the news dictates. Henry Ruggs will be facing felony charges of DUI in a crash that has left one person dead early this morning in Las Vegas. That's according to Las Vegas police, as reported by CBS 8 there in Las Vegas. There were 2 cars in the crash. We mentioned that earlier. One appeared to be some sort of hatchback. It was a Toyota RAV4. It appeared to have been burned, and the Corvette was driven by Raiders receiver Henry Ruggs. And as we all said, you looked at the Corvette, it was shocking anyone survived.
I can't believe he survived that.
And apparently he did, but unfortunately, there will be, according to Las Vegas police in this report by CBS 8, charges for Henry Ruggs, felony charge of DUI. Felony charge of DUI that has resulted in a death. You immediately flash back to, we were talking about this in the break, Leonard Little. The Denver Broncos linebacker. Now, this was 20-some-odd years ago, different world back then.
He's 1998, I think, or 1999. And, it's a different world. I don't know how that was buried. That was a horrific situation. He was able to survive that. If all of these reports are true, look, he's got bigger issues in football.
Yeah. As for Henry Ruggs, he was transported to UMC there in Vegas with non-life-threatening injuries. That from Ruggs there, but will be charged with that DUI resulting in the death, and the investigation is ongoing there. It does not say whether the passenger in his car or the passenger in the RAV4 was the person that lost their life, right? It doesn't.
I'm reading the police report right now. I haven't gotten to that part, though.
Yeah, no. Doesn't say, at least in the initial report, on who lost their life, the person in the car with Ruggs or the person in the other vehicle. But that is the latest there, and that's how we end our show today. Rockstar playing us out of here. We are back live coming up on Wednesday at 9 a.m. We're about to tape another Bama and Bourbon with our buddy LT and Aaron Suttles. You'll get some of that as well on all of our platforms coming up. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we are live in a brand new world, one where the Braves are the world champions again for the first time since 1995, second time since moving to Atlanta. No jinx this time around for the Braves, as they were able to finish this off. 88 wins in the regular season. And as Freddie Freeman said several times last night, every pothole that this team could hit during the year, including the injury to Ronald Acuna, they hit and they got through it and won the world championship. An improbable run if you look at this team back in June and July, but here they are now, world champions, and they did it in dominating fashion in Game 6.
Acuna, Ozuna still on that roster. They don't win this World Series. This is one of the more amazing runs that we've ever seen. I mean, it wasn't until the first week of August that they got over 500. And then they played incredible baseball, and this team chemistry came together. And, we thought the Astros bats might start rolling after Game 5. Nope. Astros get shut out. I mean, it really incredible when you look at where the Astros were as a team in this postseason, as far as scoring runs to where they were in the World Series. I mean, this is shocking.
It's a crazy sport, isn't it?
It really is.
It is reminiscent, and I know Braves fans think I'm just saying this because it's the team I cheer for, but it's a little reminiscent of what the Nationals did a few years ago. Got hot after Memorial Day. They kept tweeting out best record since Memorial Day, best record since Memorial Day. And then once you get into the playoffs, everybody's on equal footing. And that's what happened to the Braves. And home field doesn't really matter as much in baseball. So even, like in the NFL, you get in the hole, now I got to go on the road to Green Bay or somewhere like that. That matters a ton. It doesn't matter that much in baseball. So, the fact that you don't get that home field advantage sometimes, not that big a deal, really. It's just about playing hot baseball.
I didn't know it would be Braves pitching that would win this. And obviously the Braves scored some runs. 7 runs typically going to win you a game. But we mentioned the Astros offense led the major leagues this year with over 5 runs per game. That increased to almost 7 runs per game through the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. But the Braves limited the Astros to 2 runs or fewer in 4 of the 6 games.
Yeah, you take the analytics out of it. What you got from Max Fried last night was unbelievable. And you got to give some credit to Brian Snitker, who took some heat for not rolling him out on short rest, and he saved him for Game 6 to get the kind of performance he got last night. They got a lead, and that kid wasn't giving up anything.
Yeah, I mean, Snitker in this series, just for keeping score, a guy that gets a lot of criticism, right? And Braves fans continue to tell us even now that it's earned criticism. I mean, they don't forget. In this series, has not started Max Fried, his ace, on short rest in a pretty important situation, and literally pulled a guy that was pitching a no-hitter in this series. So I think Snitker went with his gut a lot in this series, and boy, it paid off.
He was right both times.
Yeah.
Boy, it didn't look good early, though. Altuve gets that seeing eye single through the 5-6 hole, and then Brantley comes up, and Fried, I don't know what he was thinking not getting to the bag there, but he gets stepped on the ankle, And the Braves really should have reviewed that because he does ultimately touch the bag. They didn't review it. So you got first and second, no outs, and you don't know if Fried's 100% with that ankle.
Right. That is when I knew, this is going to sound stupid, but it is 100% true, and I can't verify that, but I said it out loud.
You should have tweeted it.
It's when I knew the Braves were going to win the game. Well, I didn't want to do that to Braves fans. I really didn't, because they're thanking Dunaway in the Farmfolio chat just for not picking them.
Yeah. So one guy says, I deserve a ring as much as anybody on the team. Heck, I'll take one.
That's right. When Fried wasn't hurt right there, because standard Braves luck, as I did tweet, the way luck normally goes for the Braves, I expected Fried to have an amputation on the field. But when Fried was okay there, I'm like, the Braves are going to win this game, because standard Braves luck is Fried has to leave that game, and you have to go to a depleted bullpen.
Well, I mean, he was hurt, but you just gut it out. You work your way through it. He said afterwards. I mean, he felt it, and then he gutted it out the rest of the way. Amazing night for the Braves. You've seen some pictures from the locker room, and here's some video rolling from the locker room of the Braves last night celebrating. Is there anything better? I have a question about this, okay? Does that champagne there, is it bought by Major League Baseball?
No.
Or does
the organization?
The organization. So
the Braves have to buy it, or Houston buys it?
No, I think the Braves buy it.
So they packed that up from Game 5 and flew it to Houston.
Wow.
Or do you leave the losing champagne in Atlanta?
Yeah, I think you leave it wherever it is, wherever it sits.
See, I would just imagine Houston buys it and they bill the Braves for it, and the Braves gladly pay it.
Well, I figured,
possibly.
I just thought maybe Major League Baseball paid it because you want that celebration. I don't know. I mean, obviously there's a Budweiser, Bud Light sponsorship that goes with that. There's a lot of that in the locker room always.
Boy, Snitker, you got to get those goggles down, man. He won't be able to see.
Yeah,
he's getting soaked.
I would tell you, 45 years, man, of doing minor league baseball most of your life, or a bench coach or a bullpen coach.
He's probably had worse in the face.
Yeah, he's going to sit there and say, "I'll take this burn. This is probably the only time I'll get it, man."
I think, and we can do a poll question on this, a Cowan Equipment poll question. I think the Soler ball is the hardest ball I've ever seen hit.
Well, it was 110 miles off the bat.
Is that how does that compare?
I mean, you see them up. I mean, we've had 115 to 116 this postseason. I mean, 110.
Because my wife was watching at the time.
Right when he smoked it, I mean, he
did. He pimped it. Yep. I loved it. My wife said, she goes, how does he know that quick that's a home run? I said, baby, that was a no-doubter.
Yeah.
That thing left the stadium.
Yeah, Swanson's was a no-doubter.
I said, there are some that might ease over the fence. That one was a no-doubter.
Swanson, his made a sound off the metal signage out there that it was like somebody had fired a cannon. But Soler's home run, he's the MVP, by the way. Only the third one in Major League Baseball history to start a season on one team and play on a different team. So that has happened 2 other times.
Yeah, the last one, though, this shows you how quickly we forget World Series MVPs. Do you know who it was?
No.
I don't know who either one. I know one was in 1969.
Yeah, one was in 69, and that was Don Clendenon for the Mets in 69.
Yeah. But Donnie C, we called him.
In 2018, do you guys remember the Red Sox, Steve Pearce, winning the World Series MVP?
You know, Lance, I don't remember that.
Yeah, that was against my Dodgers, and I don't remember.
I can't remember who Steve Pearce is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Soler you'll remember because Braves fans will hold this guy in high regard. And I think that was a great testament. You talk about these pickups, and people may have missed, as you said at the start of the show, but you said it last week when you said this team doesn't win a world championship if the best player in baseball doesn't get hurt, because they went out and found all these pieces. And Soler was one of them. And they've told the story a couple of times through the series, but I think it's pretty amazing that your scouts watch all these scouts you have watch all these other teams play. Advanced scouting, they watch tape, they go to games, and they're watching. And a Brave scout somewhere said, Soler may be hitting 220, but he's coming out of it now, and he's got high potential. So they go and get him. And then they tell the story last night. The front office guy said, Snit, I got you a bench player for the playoffs, a bench guy you can bring off the bench and hit in some certain situations. And then I think it was Walt Weiss or somebody else on the coaching staff went and broke down his tape and said, Snit, we got somebody better than a role player. This guy will be able to play.
Good eyes by them.
And, Jock and him and everyone else they brought over and Rosario and piecing together, doing life without Acuna and Ozuna. That's what made this team so perfect for the playoffs.
It was, Peterson, a couple of timely bombs against Milwaukee in that first round. It was Rosario who was your MVP against the Dodgers, and then Soler was your MVP in the World Series.
Yep.
So it was those three pieces that really brought this thing together. And we forget that Soroka was out for the year, majority of the year. Charlie Morton was out for this postseason, basically, or for this World Series.
World Series, yeah. Missed a start that was a key game.
So, again, look, I know it sounds cheesy and cliche, but this was a team of destiny.
A team of destiny. We'll get into our college football conversation, Wimps, in the next segment. But our first look, or a look back at the Braves World Championship, being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right today.
Home means something different to everyone, but Mortgage Right's home is always something about you. The top priority is helping you navigate the home buying landscape, and their team of experts is here to answer questions and provide solutions. Whether you're in the market for your first home or looking to refinance the one you already own, Mortgage Right is here to guide you every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Paul, reacting in our Farmfolio chat room, I was so disappointed last year. But now looking back, I'd much prefer had won it this year in a full 162-game season with fans in the stands.
I agree 100%. I personally, and Lance, I'm sorry to say this, I will never view the Dodgers championship as that legitimate. No, I don't. I'm not going to put an asterisk by it. They can hang the banner. They can retire the numbers. They can do whatever they want. But
Just
that
because of the
wasn't,
crowd?
No, because it was such a short season. I mean, it wasn't a real baseball season.
Yeah, but I mean, the last 6-7 years, they've averaged 104 wins.
Yeah, no, that's great. But they didn't the year they won the championship.
Yeah, but they still would have.
But they didn't.
Yeah, they would have.
Well, it doesn't really matter.
You got
They
some
didn't.
weird rules, man.
It's not a rule, Lance. I'm just saying they didn't play a full season. And the years they play a full season, they don't win a championship. So I could say they wouldn't have won the championship.
You know,
just as easily as you said they would have.
For a guy who never claims to make hot takes on the show.
Oh, I don't do
Right.
takes. This is an opinion.
Yeah. Bad opinion, but
well,
go
I mean,
ahead.
I know because you're a Dodgers
No,
fan.
I mean,
I prefaced it by saying that they didn't play a full season.
But they played
It
the
was
full postseason.
They did, but it
Yeah.
wasn't a full season. So I do think it's a little bit of a lesser championship.
Yeah. But anyway, my point being from
So
Paul,
this is better for a Braves fan. That's what I'm saying.
Paul saying he enjoyed this a lot more this year than he would have last year. Of course, you could have gone back-to-back there, Paul. Don't be a defeatist Braves fan. You can win 2 in a row if you want to. But a great win for the Braves last night. Later in the show, we will show you some local video reaction. Some of you, our listeners and viewers, has sent us video. But right now, Forrester, can we pull up the still photo? This is an iconic photo. Rob sent this to us. Now, I don't know if this is Rob with his son last night or he just saw this floating around and sent it to us saying, you need to see this. But that is an iconic photo. I don't know who it is. I'm trying to get names of the guy and the son.
Well, there's Stewart.
I see Stewart on the back. I'm looking more for first name and the approval to use the video, to use the picture there.
Well, we've used it.
Yeah. So anyway, the point of the story, Lance, is that the Dodgers really aren't world champions. They won a 60-game season.
Yeah, no, I get that.
No, the point of the story is what an iconic photo of a father and a son at a moment like that. And look at the little boy looking up at his dad trying to sort of celebrate like he does. You want to know how big of a role model a father is? Just look at that picture right there. And the celebration going on in Houston last night, the confetti blowing in the air down below them.
It almost looks like his son's firing out smoke out of his hand right there. That's pretty cool. If he'd have moved that right hand over a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are very emotional. I mean, that is a hallmark moment there, and everyone's got,
great.
Well, obviously Dunaway Stewart's the name, and now you're talking about smoke coming out of the hand. I'm looking for a tearful moment here.
Oh, I'm not going to give you that. But that's a cool photo, though.
It's a great photo.
You know, the other side of
If
this.
that was me and my son, that would be framed forever. I'd have that on the wall.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Braves fans. I know it's been a long time, 26 years. But the other side, you look at this. Houston's been to the World Series 3 times in 5 years. They've only won 1.
And they were cheated to do it.
It was tainted.
Yeah.
And we talk about Houston's inability to produce runs in this series. I mean, they obviously just can't score unless they're cheating.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's one way to look at it. They got shut down by a really good pitcher last night. Thought it was an enjoyable series, good for Braves fans. A lot more excitement coming up. Nichols brings us the show, and then we'll get into the college football rankings and then bring Wimp on right here in our opening segment of the next round.
Hey, camping and outdoor equipment, clothing, and footwear for all your outdoorsman activities. You get all of it at Nichols Outfitters in Pelham with great prices for the brands you know and trust. Always be prepared with Nichols Outfitters. Off exit 242, I-65 in Pelham. Visit them in-store or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Now, you can't give all your takes and reaction in the one half of a segment here to start off before we get to Wimp. But the initial reaction last night to the college football rankings coming out, Georgia, Alabama, Michigan State, and Oregon, the first one everybody reacted to was, ooh, Alabama's 2, SEC bias, and Alabama's not the second best team in the country. And I think we said going in, it didn't matter where Alabama was, it would take care of itself. And that's true with them at 2 or true with them at 5. It wouldn't have mattered for Alabama. The path to the playoffs is very simple. They went out, they're in. They lose another game, they don't get in.
Yeah, look, I think the committee looked at this and figured, let's put this together and we'll make sure that everything takes care of itself, like you said. Look, Alabama, Georgia, if Alabama loses to Georgia, they're going to be out. If Alabama beats Georgia, both are going to be in. The one thing that surprised me the most was Oregon. And it was interesting because Aaron Suttles from The Athletic was up here yesterday and we were taping Bama and Bourbon, and I asked him his top 4, and he said he would have Oregon at number 4. And he brought up best win in the country, which I agree with. But if you've watched Oregon play, they're not even close. I don't think they're a top 12 team. Now, you got to put them in here. But I thought that was surprising. I thought the lack of respect from Oklahoma was really surprising. I'm not surprised with Cincinnati. I know I lost a stake with you yesterday. Cincinnati's never going to get respect. It's just impossible.
This is the highest they'll be.
You're surprised about Oklahoma? I am. Look, I wrote this down.
Yep.
Tulane, their games with Tulane, Kansas, West Virginia, and Kansas State, the way they played in those games. That surprises you?
The Kansas State game, again, this is people not watching the game. There was a return kickoff to end that game. They won that game by 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, it was a return kick, and then they tried the onside and didn't get it. Yeah.
But by 2 touchdowns against Kansas State, that's a pretty average team.
Well, no, it's an average team, but they beat they beat Nebraska worse than Michigan State did. What does Michigan State have on the resume?
No, that's the one I told you. That's the one that's out of whack to me, but I'm okay with them being there. But they, as Reese pointed out last night, they ran more plays than they had yards in the second half against Indiana.
They did, and Reese pointed that out. Yeah.
Well, and their one win that everybody's hanging their hat on is Michigan. They were down 16 at home. They were outgained by 200 yards in that game. Yeah. Michigan State, Nebraska basically gave Michigan State the game.
Can I tell you why Oklahoma is where they are? Because you can't diss Cincinnati as an unbeaten team unless you throw up a sacrificial, undefeated Power 5 team.
Well, they had Wake.
And say, well, Wake is there, but that's the ACC, and they're
so it doesn't
they're not a name brand.
Yeah.
They took a name brand Oklahoma
right.
in a Power 5 league that is unbeaten, that has struggled in some other games. They've got some good wins, but they've struggled in some other games, and so Cincinnati's going to say, but wait, we beat Notre Dame and blah, 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 blah. And they're going to say, well, look what we did to Oklahoma.
Yeah, Oklahoma's
punished them.
a lot.
We punished them worse than we punished you.
Everything was so premeditated about this thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's be honest. The worst placement of any team in the entire poll, 1 to 25, is Mississippi State at 17. But they have good wins and 3 bad losses, and should have been 4 with Louisiana Tech.
They're clearly ignoring the Memphis loss. They're clearly saying they got screwed in that game. We're not going to hold that one against them. And I don't know that I want the committee doing that, but I think it's abundantly clear that's what they're doing.
Well, here's the problem. Memphis plays in what conference?
The American.
The AAC.
And
Cincinnati's
SMU, who was a top 15 team last week, lost 1 game, and they're ranked in both the coaches and the AP.
But they're not in this one.
But they left them out because they wanted to do everything they could to damage Cincinnati.
Yeah, I mean,
which I'm okay with. I mean,
I'm not personally. And again, do I think
Cincinnati's a Power 5 guy?
I know that, but do I think Cincinnati's one of the 4 best teams in college football? I don't know. Again, I don't think it matters. I think there's 3 teams and there's everybody else, so it really doesn't matter. I hate it for Cincinnati because Cincinnati has a better win than Michigan State does.
Yeah, but
they do.
But the rest of their schedule is 26 and 27.
But they can't help that.
Yeah, I know, but I can't help. I can't help it either as a voter.
Why should I reward that?
What is Oregon's schedule?
Oh, I'm sure it's bad, but they beat Ohio State.
Yeah, but
that's the best win.
They were lucky. I mean, they've got 4 one-possession wins. They lost to Stanford. The loss to Stanford erases what you did against Ohio State.
I wouldn't have Oregon up there, but you tell me. Would Cincinnati beat the 5 teams in front of them on a neutral site, do you think?
Well, okay, so, I mean, look, I got no credibility, but Luganville told us yesterday Cincinnati would beat Michigan State.
I don't know that that's a given.
Which I agree with.
I don't.
I think Cincinnati would beat Oregon. I don't think they'd beat Ohio State, Alabama, or Georgia, but I think they would beat Oregon. I think they'd beat Oregon and
they probably could.
Michigan State.
I legit laughed out loud, though, 100%. People say LOL. It was a legitimate laugh out loud for me when they showed number 1 Georgia, everybody knew, let's see who's number 2, and it was a long pregnant pause, and Alabama popped up, and I legitimately laughed out loud.
Yeah.
Not because I don't think Alabama's the number 2 team in the country. I, in fact, do. That's where I would have them. I think that's where I had them the other day.
I think that's where I had them the other day.
But I just laughed because I knew what the reaction would be. I knew the rest of America's like, I mean, this team could do no wrong.
Well, I did not have a camera on Joel Klatt, but I knew that vein that comes out of his head. Sometimes I knew it came out. I knew Joel Klatt's vein came out.
Weird.
Right here.
Like when we did our top 4, we all had, just based on best team.
Yeah.
We all had Georgia and Alabama, and then we had Ohio State and Michigan State.
That's who I had. Yep.
But there's so many contradictions in this because
No,
they've
there
got
are.
Michigan State.
Yep.
They've got them at number 3 because they're undefeated. Well, Alabama's got the 1 loss, so why not have Michigan State number 2?
Well,
again, this is all going to take care of itself.
It is.
Let's see how long Alabama hangs at 2, because no matter what they do to LSU this week, if Ole Miss gets it handed to them by Liberty and Arkansas beats Mississippi State, and both of those teams, I would assume at that point, drops out of the top 25.
No, Alabama's 2 till they lose. They will not drop out at 2.
Even if their
Yes.
backfilled wins
Doesn't matter.
get knocked out.
Doesn't matter. They are 2 until they lose. They got that cred.
Yeah.
So if
I would
Michigan
tell you,
State beat Ohio State, I think that could be the difference because that game is before Alabama-Auburn.
Yeah, I just know that having Mississippi State at 17, if you haven't watched Mississippi State play half their games, you go, well, look, what a quality win for Alabama on the road in Starkville and beat them by 40, beat them by a bazillion, and Ole Miss is number 16.
Beat them by 20.
Yeah, you sort of backfill that in there.
So I would ask you guys this: if Cincinnati would have won their last 2 games by 28 points each, does it change anything?
No. No, they are not part of the. They're not a member. They're a visitor. They're playing 18 with a member, so they don't get the right treatment.
But again, I think Gary Barta just totally contradicted himself last night when they had him on.
Oh, they always do.
You have to.
Yeah,
you have to
it's
make
hard
it work.
Yeah, it's hard to defend all this.
I mean, you got 25 positions. If you're going to ask me, well, Mississippi State, why are they there? Well, they've got 3 quality wins. Well, what about their 3 losses? Well, their 3 quality wins outweigh the losses. And then you go Cincinnati. Well, what about Cincinnati's win over Notre Dame? Yeah, but look who they beat.
Yeah.
Well, who did Mississippi State beat?
Well, nobody really knows.
They beat those 3 teams, but they lost.
Look,
3.
you can
So
argue
start
any side of this,
That's
and
right.
you can make a good argument on any side of this. But what is going to be the the ultimate contradiction is going to be if Oregon and Ohio State went out, and when Ohio State gets in and Oregon doesn't get in.
What this, and I know we got to go, but what would be better for this crew, this committee, is if they rolled a guy out and he's like, oh, no, we just watched the game. Alabama just looks better.
Yeah.
I mean, we just judged it. I test Alabama looks better. I mean, yeah.
Which I would appreciate more.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just say that.
And that's why I'm saying the committee hasn't watched football because you haven't watched Oregon.
Don't try to back it up with the stats. Just say that.
You
They look
haven't
like a better
watched
team.
Michigan State. You haven't watched Oregon. If you've got them 3
I
or
know
4.
Reese doesn't want to do that interview, but that's the way I would do it if I were the committee member.
Listen, we're trying to put together a show.
That's right. And they
coming
look-
up, and
yeah.
here's what we're going to do.
They draw eyes.
We're going to have an SEC champion, and we may have Georgia if Alabama wins the SEC. If not, we're going to have Georgia. And then we're going to have a Big Ten champion, whoever they want to end up being. We hope it's Ohio State, though. We're going to have maybe Oklahoma, maybe Oregon, maybe Notre Dame. And then we're going to put either a second Big Ten or a second SEC team, and that's who we're going to have in the
right.
playoffs.
Just be
You know
honest
why?
about it.
Because that's good TV.
That's right. That's what we're trying to do. We got to pay the bills.
Wimp's up next. He's going to give us a blue plate special. Won again last week.
Red hot.
9-1 on the year.
Correct.
9-1 on the year, which with Wimp would gets him somewhere between 4 and 9 in the college football rankings.
Would y'all let him do the pick on Friday though?
I hope
think it'll come up?
Hope we can stay on point with Wimp about something in the next segment. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Listen, if you last night screamed so hard you heard something rattle on your roof as a Braves fan, maybe it's time to get that roof checked. If you went out and started running around the cul-de-sac with the Braves flag and you looked up at your roof and you had a shingle that was missing, maybe it's time to get your roof checked. I don't know if I'm going to Jeff. If you have a leak in your roof, you might need to call Storm Restoration Roofing. That's Greg Nelson, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. He'll give you a free, no-cost inspection, 0 cost right there, and he'll come check out that roof and let you know he works well with the insurance companies, great warranties, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned for over 20 years, and a free, no-cost inspection, 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or simply look up Greg in Pell City on Facebook. Actually, it's Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Greg and the folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. Wimp is next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
It's time to change the game plan on your night's sleep. Have you ever had a custom-made mattress set made right here in America? Now more than ever, American-made, Alabama-made means something, and that's what you get with my friends at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. Tom, Ginger, and TJ Vignale have been providing Alabamians with a great night's sleep for over 30 years now. You can see everything they offer on their website, royalbeddinginc.com. But better yet, stop by the showroom right on Highway 31. It's Royal Bedding and the website, royalbeddinginc.com. Sometimes it's not just losing the weight, but keeping the weight off. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I told you how Weight of Wellness helped save my life. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They got my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. And now they're helping me keep that weight off throughout the football and holiday season. You can see more online at aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Every plan is individually designed. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. See it all on the website, aplanforme.com. Weight of Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
appreciate all the folks in the Farmfolio chat room coming in so fast that we'll have to go back and read them in a little bit. We appreciate the excitement of Braves fans and all the college football fans reacting to the first ranking from the playoff committee last night. Much more of that coming up with Wimp after we tell you about the great folks with Ship Happens.
Yes, Dunaway, our friends at Ship Happens. If you're having a shipping issue, these are the guys you need to reach out to in today's ever-changing market. Your supply chain, it's a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done from LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
As we bring in the coach, Wimp Sanderson, Brownie, Ole Miss basketball coach Kermit Davis gets a 4-year contract extension yesterday. Basketball season starts 6 days from now.
All right, Coach is on the Pepsi hotline. He's presented each week by our friends at the Rental Works division of Crane Works. What's up, Coach? How are you?
Doing okay, guys. How y'all doing?
Doing.
I heard Pistons part of the show this morning, and it's all about the playoffs and the World Series, and we'll talk about whatever you wish to talk about. You know, when you get old, or people think you get old, they have a different look at you.
Mm-hmm.
They don't think you're very smart. They say, here comes this old guy, and so forth. So older, I should say. So that's the way it is. You guys are the same way with me. Y'all don't think I'm very smart.
That is not true,
Oh,
and
my
I can
goodness.
tell you later who I was talking. No, I'll tell you on the show because he listens every day. Aaron Jordan, you know Aaron, the basketball media relations director at Alabama. We discussed you yesterday. I had to talk to Aaron about something we're doing here on the show, and we discussed you. And he played golf with you the other day. You and Passink over at Overton.
Yeah, right.
And he complimented you and talked about how fun you were to play golf with, and how much he enjoyed this segment. And we talked about, even at your age, how spry and funny and witty you are. So that is absolutely untrue, what you just said.
Well, I just fished for a compliment, and I got it.
You did. Congratulations. Well played. You're also red hot on the blue plate. We'll get to that later. Do you have a problem with where the committee put Cincinnati last night at number 6?
No, not really. You know, you can't do anything about your schedule. You can't do anything about the league you're in or the schedule you have, and it's never going to change. Now, you try to do everything you possibly can to get 2 or 3 non-conference games that will make that schedule better, and they did with Notre Dame and won there, and that was big. But when you have a schedule like that, the schedule becomes so important in the selection. It's going to be difficult for Cincinnati to be in there. I thought they did a good job. They rewarded a team that out west that LT doesn't like because they went to Ohio State and won, which I think is good. And you know, Michigan State being ahead of Ohio State is fair. And all this is just a preliminary thing to what's really going to happen. We don't really know. Alabama may win, may not. It could be LSU, A&M or Auburn playing in Atlanta rather than Alabama. We just don't know.
No, we don't. And look, I think it's fascinating how this is going to play out. I really believe Oregon's going to have 2 or 3 losses before the Pac-12 championship game, if they even play in that game. I think Michigan State's going to have 2 losses. What's going to be interesting, you look at Oklahoma at 8, Coach. That is a brand. I know the Big 12 isn't as good as it's been in the past, but if Oklahoma even drops 1 game, wins the Big 12, and Cincinnati runs the table, they've got Cincinnati 2 spots in front of them. Who do you guys think gets in? 1-loss Big 12 champion Oklahoma or undefeated Cincinnati?
No,
Oklahoma.
Easy, yeah.
That's why this whole thing is just a contradiction.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, LT, is just a good point, is that it helps you to run the score up. These 14-10 games, you didn't play as well. And the other team may have played great, and you may have played great. But it has a tendency now to get you to run that cotton-picking score up.
And you know what that does, Wimp? That buys into your blue plate prep.
Yeah,
and that's why I think I've got you figured out this week.
I do too.
No, well, I know you're. I've looked at Cincinnati, and I wanted to, but 22.5 is so much.
I don't have Cincinnati.
That's not where I'm going either.
I don't have Cincinnati either. We have our projections coming up in a second. We'll do our
you won't get this because
Okay.
you'll fall off your whatever.
Well, that would shock us if you surprise us this week. We may all 3 have the same one. I don't know.
If he goes underdog.
Yeah. If you pick an underdog, you'll shock us all. You'll shock us all. Wimp Sanderson's with us on the Pepsi hotline here as we talk a little sports with him. You are a lifelong baseball fan. You loved it as a child. You're Cleveland Indians there.
I am.
And you can understand what Braves fans are feeling this morning because they've had so much regular season success and then have had so much disappointment in the postseason. Can you talk about? I mean, you've experienced that before.
Let me say this to you, Jim. That's a good question, but I can't. The excitement goes back to 48 and 54. In 1948, we won it all. In 54, we got beat in 4 games. But I still have the excitement of those two. So I turned into. I was always been an American League fan. I know Brownie's a National League fan. I've always been American League because I got to see DiMaggio and Ted Williams, all that bunch play.
But there's something in sports about failure and then overcoming that, especially like what the Braves did this year. And I know you probably had teams along the way that faced adversity through the season and then accomplished something, and that seems to be almost more gratifying than when it's easy for a team.
Well, they just did a terrific job when you put the game together last night. When you hit the baseball the way you did, and your pitch is terrific even with injuries. And, managers just did a terrific job with them. They handled them great. And it was a win on both sides of the plate, on the pitching side of the plate and the hitting side of the plate. And all Braves fans have always been aggravated, disgusted because they got so far and couldn't get there. That happened to me. I never got there. But it's gratifying to see the Braves fans excited the way they are. They deserve to be, and this was a great, great team.
The coach, Wimp Sanderson, is with us. He appears on the Pepsi Hotline, courtesy of our friends at Crane Works, the rental works division of Crane Works. Coach will tell you more about them in a moment. You know Nick Saban, and you know how coaches operate. Is he more or less likely, based on what you know about Coach Saban, is he more or less likely to show a little mercy to Ed Orgeron, knowing this is the last time he'll ever have to face him?
I don't think so. I think score's big. I understand that the Auburn game is huge. All of them, each one of them. I don't think he thinks about that much. I think he goes on with what he needs to do. If he grabs that headset and wants to change the play offensively, he does so. They haven't thrown the long passes consistently as they'd like to, and I think he'll be working on that some. 28 half points is a lot of cotton picking points, but runs you away from that game. But I would say he won't have that in mind at all. He's going to beat him as bad as he can beat him.
Wimp, so when Brian Harsin was hired, I applauded the hire for it being an out-of-the-box hire. I didn't know how well it would work out. I really thought they would struggle in year one. 6-6 or 7-5 is where I projected this team. They're sitting at 6-2 right now. Another tough one in front of them right now. But just explain, in your opinion, how difficult it would be. Brian Harsin, a guy from Boise who played there, coached there, to take over a program in the SEC West with all of those programs, those coaches, and do the job he's done in year one?
Well, it's difficult, first of all, getting in there and learning who to hire. That has connections recruiting. Because if you do a good job now of hiring coaches, you hire recruiters and coaches in that order. But certainly the offensive coordinator's done a terrific job, played at South Carolina. And he's done it. I think he's a no nonsense kind of guy on the outside. Watching him, I don't really know him. Nobody's gotten very close to him. They've all questioned him as to whether he's going to, be successful or not. Everybody feels like it's going to be a so-so year. And now, if he were to be A&M, he's probably up for Coach of the Year in the SEC.
All right, he is the coach, Wimp Sanderson. Rockstar, you got the music ready for the blue plate, because this is what people want from Coach. He's 9-1.
This is the entree. Everything else is just the appetizer.
Yes, hit it, Rockstar. Hit it.
Blue plate special, sitting in a mayonnaise jar on Sonny Smith's porch.
Well, guys, I've changed twice in the last 20 minutes.
Oh boy. Indecisive.
I have had, and I don't mind telling the teams I've looked at, and y'all can say whatever you want to say. I looked a little bit at Cincinnati.
Okay.
Tulsa scored some, and they're gonna have to run it up, and they probably will. And I almost took Cincinnati, and I didn't. And I looked at Miami and Georgia Tech. LT is 10. And I thought that was Miami's playing a lot better.
They are.
I don't like Miami, but I think they're playing better.
Mm-hmm.
And so I looked at those two. and a little bit. I looked a bit, and LT won't like this. I looked at Oregon.
Oh, I've got Oregon on my thing. It was one of my 3 that I thought you would look at. It's not the one that Oregon, I thought you went with.
Yeah, 6.5. I wanted to go. I don't know. They got Washington all stirred up yesterday about crap that went on.
Academics.
Yeah, and that scared me.
That's good to stay away from Oregon. They're going to ship the bed pretty soon here, Wimp.
And so I'm taking. You guys are going to say, Wimp, why did you come up with this? And I came up with this because one team doesn't score very well, and the other team got beat, and they have a chance to. They have a chance to win the ACC or play in the ACC final game. So I took Pittsburgh over Duke.
Okay, interesting. I did not see that one coming. I had you going Ohio State.
Yeah.
Lance had you going Ohio State. Jim had you going Ohio State.
Well, Ohio State and
Ohio State is at Nebraska, and they're laying 15. I thought
I
for
was
sure.
Scared 15 points, and I just thought that might be a Booger Bear game there at Nebraska.
Yeah.
You know, they're all excited because the Ohio State is coming in, as they like to.
They like to call themselves.
So I just thought that Duke was bad. This homecoming at Duke, I've been to Duke. They won't have enough to start a fight and, at the game. And so and Pittsburgh is very good. Boy, there's numbers. Now, their numbers weren't good last week, but they have something to play about. You know, I'm a mental guy. And I think mentally they'll be a lot better. And I've done that a lot of times. I've taken a team after a loss. And so we'll see what happens.
Right. I can't even find the line on this, Lance. What is it? What do you 21. Got in that, Coach? 21?
21.
So Pitt is laying 21. Pitt minus 21. Coach is 9-1 on the season, so I'd listen. All right, he is the coach, Wimp Sanderson. The blue plate is Pitt minus the 21, and Coach joins us each week, courtesy of our friends at Craneworks.
Well, I sure do, and I appreciate David having me on, whether you have an at-home project coming up or a corporate construction job. You need to check out Rental Works, a division of Craneworks. They have everything from landscaping equipment to excavators, and check out their full fleet of everything that you need, craneworks.com. Appreciate you guys having me on. Y'all have a good week.
You too, Wimp. Love you.
Thank you.
I'm going to shock you. 90% of the money and 86% of the bets is on Pitt.
I don't think that's mattered with Wimp.
Sure
he just continues to go names you recognize.
Monster favorites.
Monster favorites.
It usually plays power, though. I wouldn't put Pittsburgh in the power department.
But it's at least a name you recognize. And Coach was on the Pepsi hotline.
You know, this is another one of those where you get we've seen offensive coaches take over programs and the defense is the better side of the ball. Pat Narduzzi's a defensive guy.
Exact opposite.
I don't trust their defense at all.
And by the way, Pittsburgh with just one loss, right? Two losses now. Okay.
Western Michigan and now Miami.
No, those are bad losses.
They are, yeah.
They got 2 losses. They hung in there at 25 in the rankings last night. 3 lost Mississippi State, up at 17 in the rankings. We'll do our upset alert when we come back, and more of what's coming up in the show after Rockstar tells us about his guy.
Hey, Adam Mestre. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation, 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
All right, we've got our upset alert in the next segment. And then sit back. We've got Matt Hayes, Saturday Down South. This guy really tight with the Florida program, really good in the SEC with Saturday Down South. We'll talk to him about the conference race, where we're going, what's going on with Dan Mullen, and the committee's rankings from last night. Barrett Jones, our friend, joins us thanks to our friends at Gus's Chicken, coming up at 11 o'clock today, starting hour number 3. And then Todd Fuhrman from the desert out in Vegas on all the big games starts hour number 4. All that straight ahead. LT's got a lock. We got a 3 and out. And, of course, we've got trash coming up at 11:30. It is jam-packed. But next, we'll turn the lights red and other colors with our upset alert. Stay with us.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
TruckWorks is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the next round's 9 o'clock hour. With locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, there's a job opportunity for you, no matter where you're located. Visit TruckWorks.com and click the Join Our Team tab today for more information.
In recognition of your service and support for our communities, Academy Sports and Outdoors is offering military and first responders 10% off their purchases both in-store and online from October 24th through November 14th. Exclusions apply. Visit academy.com/discount for details.
Golf is hard enough as it is. Golf actually should be fun and enjoyable. That's where Official Golf Tees comes in. Official Golf Tees is the place to go for punny golf apparel. Quality golf apparel with a sense of humor. To check out the fun, go to officialgolftees.com for the latest in golf t-shirts and hats. Quality and fun apparel priced for everyone. Again, check them out on their website, officialgolftees.com. Relax and swing hard in case you hit it. officialgolftees.com. Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Upset alert in just a second. LT will put his on his dry erase board. By the way, I don't know who has used this Sharpie. We have communal Sharpies, but they have pounded this one down into submission.
Rockstar, was that you?
There's
I like to
barely
do
any
dots.
point left on this one.
I'm sure that was not you, right?
We had a Pictionary tournament last night.
I write very soft. I write
Somebody's
very
been in
soft.
here using Jim's dry erase marker, and we'll need to know who that is.
Let's pound it on the concrete.
Hey, Forrester, do these cameras run 24/7? Are they recording?
We need to get Ring in here is what we need to do.
We've
or-
got literally 6 cameras.
I know we
working
don't
on
run
that.
nonstop, or a new security system would be fantastic. Let's do
somebody
that.
broke in and used Dunaway's pen.
Hey, our show is being brought to you in part by our friends at Odie's. While you draw, do you have something to do tonight?
Rockstar, it is.
Trivia.
It is trivia. Was that passive aggressive too?
Yeah, do you have something to do tonight? I mean,
Every Wednesday, Odie's Team Trivia. Make sure you join us. We'll get out there a little before 8 o'clock. Enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis, including the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. If you've never been before, please come join us. You don't have to worry about sitting at home and watching your Braves win a championship. That's over. Come watch some action with us, inside or outside. You can enjoy that great fall weather. Ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Come see us, Odie's Tavern, Team Trivia, me, Will Haver, and Rockstar. It's a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village.
The passive-aggressive comment. I used to be really bad at picking up humble brag, what the humble brag was. Mm-hmm. The passive-aggressive part of that comment was while you draw, right? Because you haven't done that already in the commercial break.
That's right.
I know I was
Lance is not prepared for this segment.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dunaway's always prepared for segments. Bitching about a marker.
Well, I'm here to tell you, Lance was in such a good mood until Brown brought up the inadequacy of the Dodger World Championship. And LT just wanted one more World Championship before he passed away.
Somebody did want me to bring this up to Brown, and this is true. So, do you think Bama's championship was tainted last year?
No, it actually made it harder. They played.
Well, they didn't play full season though.
They played a full SEC schedule. Literally, it made it more difficult to win a championship.
Yeah, but they didn't play that out of conference game they always play.
New Mexico State. Yeah.
Or
so that was going to trip them right up. They win those by an average of like 28 points.
I'm just saying they didn't play a full. They didn't play a full schedule.
I just wonder if the Braves won this last year, what Lance would be saying.
Oh, the same thing I'm saying. It's all about the fact the Dodgers won. Don't deny that.
You're the dick that brought it up.
Well, I mean, I brought it up because it's
a terrible
true.
take.
It's not a take. It's an opinion.
My favorite is when I'm not in the barrel. Let's do the upset alert as part of our spotlight. It's brought to you by one of our great sponsors at America's First Federal Credit Union.
The America's First Federal Credit Union Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. Woo, woo, woo. College football's upset alert.
Hey, banking is not just about your money. It is about you getting help with what you need when you need it. Am First was founded for you. Am First has been putting you first ever since.
Hey, Forrester, a little choreography. Is that the right choreography?
Choreography.
Play the open again. And when she does, woo, can you do the lights during that part every week? I know it's week 10 now, so we're late in the season. But can you remember it for 2022?
Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. Woo, woo, woo.
Oh, I like
College
it.
football's
Did add to
upset
it.
alert.
Be late, but that's good.
As I said, the most Dunaway line ever, Rockstar, or turn the lights red and other colors.
I don't want to look up. I can sense the red. Are there other colors during that?
I really have no idea.
Is there blues?
Yeah.
Can we do blues? Is it going to jack you up? Does it ever go just
it
all
jacks
blue?
us up, yeah.
Oh, I saw green that
I
time.
did too. That's very Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't look at it.
Yeah.
I used to do some local news, and we would literally turn the set red when there was breaking news. If we go a freeze warning, can we turn the set blue? Can we go all blue lights?
Like if there's snow
like,
in the forecast?
Yeah, snow in the forecast or something. Can you go all blue? Is blue one of our colors? Yeah, Forrester. When I say it, I do want us to do it, yes. Forrester, this is when Forrester hates me.
Yeah, really?
Jeff Spiegel was never this bad.
That's right. Spiegel just like white light.
Give us your upset alert, man.
I am going to encourage you not to watch the game I'm about to give you. And I'm also not going to bore you with any details. I'm just going to give you the winner right here. Rockstar, I'm catching 11.5. But guess what?
Don't need them.
Arizona is going to get their first win of the season at home against Cal. I'm not going to tell you anything about the game. I'm going to tell you, do not watch it. What?
World's biggest yarn? Is that on Route 66 where you see the biggest ball of
Those
yarn?
Are tumbleweeds. That's what's going to be in the stands.
Looks like a
that's
merkin.
tumbleweed.
It's
Okay.
tumbleweeds, and you got the dead cow. That's going to be.
It looks like a merkin.
It does.
That's going to be your fans right there. 2 tumbleweeds and a cactus. That's all that's going to be at this game.
Old
Do
school
not
reference.
watch it. Do not watch it. 2 o'clock Pac-12 Network. You can't watch it
I
anyway.
will be blown away.
Yeah, Arizona Rockstar wins this game straight up.
Outright.
I gave you one last week with West Virginia winning straight up. What happened? Rockstar?
I don't know.
They won straight up. I'm in the lead. What's the points here?
I don't have the point total right now.
Because you're not winning, but I am in the lead.
You are in the lead. You got 2 more last week,
3.
right? 3 more because it was a big win.
Right. It's a big win.
Big win. What about you?
I am going to going to the Big Ten here, Purdue against Michigan fraud.
Boilermakers.
They're not Michigan State anymore?
No. But you look at Purdue, 10 takeaways last 3 games. Aiden O'Connell is playing extremely well. Look, he did turn it over against Wisconsin, but he's completed 75% of his passes in 3 consecutive games. I think Purdue handles Michigan State. Michigan State is a complete fraud.
I couldn't draw a lot because my marker was damaged, but
by Rockstar, clearly.
I do have a pick. I'm going with.
Oh, damn it. Why did you do that?
Why?
UW plus the 7 versus
that's one
the
of your
Quack.
plays. That's one of your big plays this week.
No, I just want to see Oregon go down because they're a fraud too. But now Dunleavy's killed it.
And a bonus play right here, under the 50.5. This will be an ugly offensive football game.
Bonus play.
Yeah, bonus play.
A twofer.
A little parlay. Can you parlay 2 games?
Yeah, you can.
The old 2-team parlay.
You parlay 15 games, Dunleavy.
Take Washington and the under and bet the retirement on it. Call your friend at Lincoln Financial and bet the house on it, right? Yeah. Or just wait in the lobby. He may show up later today. 50.5. 50.5, the under. UW. That is my upset alert right there. It's all brought to you by our friends at AM First.
Banking isn't just about your money. It is about you getting help with what you need when you need it. AM First was founded for you. AM First has been putting you first ever since.
Boy, I read Matt Hayes' stuff. I don't know how many columns he writes. I read him about twice a week. I hope he only writes twice a week. If not, I'm missing a column.
What's going to be weird is if he only writes once a week.
Yeah.
Where else you read me, Jeff?
I write twice a
last
week.
time you read him?
1st and 10 every Monday. Matt Hayes.
I love LT in this mood, by the way.
Is there a chance you even could find the morning rounds at nextroundlive.com?
Nope.
Yep. Well, 96 of you.
I find your effing marker, though. Keep pushing, and the first one's going to come out today, I can assure you, and I can give a shit.
We're back in a moment, right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AM First was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AM First app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AM First. Visit any AM First location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-Ons location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-Ons Sports Bistro in Hoover.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
TruckWorks is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Next Round's 9 o'clock hour. With locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, there's a job opportunity for you, no matter where you're located. Visit truckworks.com and click the Join Our Team tab today for more information.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
As you guys nailed in the Farmfolio chat room before we come back from the break, big news in the NFL. Ian Rappaport and others reporting that Aaron Rodgers has tested positive for COVID and will miss the Chiefs game. The reason he's already out of the Chiefs game is because he is unvaccinated, according to reports, including that from Ian Rappaport, friend of the show and of the NFL Network. Big news.
Well, this is big news. You know, Kansas City's been struggling. Vegas hasn't had time to react. This game was virtually Kansas City -1, almost a pick. It's still sitting there right now. I think this thing will flip around. Kansas City's probably going to be 6, 7, 8-point favorites now with Jordan Love getting his first career NFL start. It's really interesting.
Part of the show is being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Yeah, make that call today, 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. Patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters will keep out the debris, eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Right now, for the Next Round listeners and viewers, 45% off the retail price for December installs. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Matt Hayes is on the Pepsi hotline Saturday down south, 1010XL down in Jacksonville, and you can follow him on Twitter at Matt Hayes CFB. Welcome in, Matt. I hope you're doing well today.
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. Some of your writing at Saturday Down South is being qualified by some as the piece that starts to point at Dan Mullen being on the hot seat. Was that your intention to say, you know, not necessarily he needs to be fired, but this guy's underachieving and his job could be in jeopardy?
I mean, hot seat. I don't. Let's put it this way. There's been issues with him and the administration since last, I don't know, December, January. He didn't feel like he was respected. They didn't like the way he got him on probation for the first time in 30 years, or the fact that he had a show cause order against him, or the fact that in 3 separate press conferences, he embarrassed the university, you know, by demanding they fill the swamp in the middle of a pandemic, by instigating a near riot at midfield during the halftime Missouri game, and at the end of the game, showing up in the press conference dressed as Darth Vader, and then the post-game press conference in the Cotton Bowl against Oklahoma where he said, "This wasn't our team. We finished our last game in the SEC," which is basically you're basically insinuating that the guys that are on your team right now aren't good enough. You're throwing your own team under the bus, and it's just things were not good then. They were upset then, and it took a while for them to get that contract extension. And he got it. But, I mean, honestly, if you look at that extension, it's a $12 million buyout. In this day and age, $12 million is nothing. It's nothing. And I can tell you this, they're 4-4, okay? You watch that team. You saw how that team, I had a scout tell me, who was at the LSU game, said Florida wanted no business being in that game. Did not care, didn't want to be there. Then you saw them in the Georgia game after those mistakes at the end of the first half. They went in the jar in the second half. So now you're talking about a team that has 4 games they should win to at least get to 8-4. But that South Carolina game this weekend, and I know how South Carolina is. I know how bad they are, okay? That game, at this point with that team and the overall psyche of this team, who knows what happens that game. Then you got a Missouri game where it's more than likely will be a 12 a.m. kick, 11 a.m. local. So it'll be in the 40s there. You know, this is a Florida team going to play in cold weather at 11 a.m. That's a bad situation as well. And then you've got a Florida State team that's playing a lot better right now that they finish at home. All I know is everything, they'll just went out and go 8-4 and everything will be fine. It's not going to be fine. Even if you finish out 8-4, it's not going to be fine because at the end of the day, the way you win in the SEC is by recruiting and getting players, and he's failing at that. He's not recruiting at the level of Alabama, Georgia, and LSU and Texas A&M, the 4 schools that are the biggest guys that are to compete with for that championship. And he's not even close to any of those 4 schools. So you can say you win 4 games, you get to 8-4, and everything's fine. It's not, because the underlying problem, the root of the problem, he has struggled to recruit is still there.
Well, if I asked you the overall grade, look, and I understand he's difficult for a lot of people to like, but year 1, 10 wins, year 2, 11 wins, year 3 beats Georgia, plays in the SEC championship game, and if they go 8-4 this year, let's just hypothetically say that they do win out, what is the overall grade you would give him through 4 years?
See, I'm different. I'm different because this is the way I feel, and this might be wrong, but I feel, look, you're at Florida. You are at a bellwether university in the best conference in college football. If people talk about the SEC, the 2 schools that people bring up more than any other are Alabama and Florida. You're at Florida. You are the flagship university in that state. You're in one of the 3 states with the most high school talent in all of the nation, Florida, California, and Texas. He has, in the top 25 Florida recruits right now, in the state of Florida, a commitment from 25. So, again, the object is to win games, to win championships. It's not just to go 10 wins and go to a meaningless, a New Year's Six bowl, which is nice if it doesn't happen. The object, if you're Florida, is to win a championship. The object, if you're Alabama, is to win a championship. The object, if you're Georgia, is to win a championship. If you're LSU, is to win a championship. If it's Texas A&M, and oh, by the way, Texas and Oklahoma, win a championship. And you got a guy right now who doesn't recruit well enough to win a championship. So for me, I see this as, all right, you won 30 or 29 games your first 3 years. You won 8 your 4th year. I still see that you're not recruiting. You're not giving that program that should have the ability to compete for championships. You're not giving them the ability to do so. Simple as that.
He is also horrible at self-awareness. Coming off a weekend when you lose to your rival Georgia, and Kirby Smart goes on that rant about how important recruiting is. It's more important than the actual coaching. And then he says what he says in his news conference a couple of times. Does he not have anyone around him to sort of coach him up on what to say, when to say it, and what not to say?
Honestly, that stuff, while bad, certainly bad, because recruits listen to that. There's no doubt about that. At the end of the day, I mean, he is who he is. He's a guy who's very confident in who he is. People will call him cocky. I've had a couple ADs who have interviewed him for jobs prior to Florida say there's no way I was going to hire him. He has a different type of personality. And if you win, it's okay. If you're an arrogant guy and you win, everything's fine. Spurrier was arrogant. Spurrier won championships. There's a difference between arrogant and winning 9 games or 10 games and going to a New Year's Six bowl, and there's a difference between being arrogant and winning the SEC or winning a national title. He's done neither. So at that point, you say, all right, maybe he should be a little more humble or a little more understanding of the room. That's just not who he is, man. It's just not. And again, Florida knew this when they hired him. They knew what he was. And frankly, Scott Strickland knew this when he gave him the extension this past summer. He knew what was going on, what had happened the prior season. So they're all in with him right now, at least until something else happens. And I guess the only something else that could probably hurt him is if they lose one or two of these next 4 games. Then you're in a situation, okay, clearly against Power 5 teams, this program is not trending. Then you look at recruiting. Clearly not trending well. It hasn't been trending well for 4 years in recruiting. So then you have a decision to make. What do you want to do? Do you want to continue down the road and hope he gets better as a recruiter? Or do you say, you know what, forget it. We got to get somebody that can recruit. We got to get somebody that can coach. You go throw $8 million at Mel Tucker or whoever. You have a decision to make. There's no doubt about it.
Matt Hayes is with us for a few more moments. Saturday Down South, and he is on the Pepsi hotline. And I was going to ask you that. Normally, when these stories start getting talked about, it's because there's a guy the fan base is like, we want that guy. Is there that obvious guy for Florida that almost Dan Mullen operates in the shadows of?
Oh, I don't know. I honestly, guys, I really believe the Florida fan base, they look at the fact that of the top 25 recruits in the state of Florida, he has one commit, and it makes them sick to their stomach. And I think that's the issue right now more than anything with Florida fans. They have issues with how he's handled the quarterbacks. You can get beyond how you handle the quarterbacks, and if it's a down year, you can get beyond all that if you've got talent on the team, elite talent on the team to win a championship. They don't have guys like that. Their offensive line is average. Their defensive line is average. They're not, you win. It's a line of scrimmage league, and they're not that good on both sides of the ball right now. They don't have anyone that can take the top off as far as a receiver that can stress a defense. That's why Alabama's going to give Georgia problems in that championship game, because they got a guy like Jameson Williams who can go deep. They got a guy like Mechie who can win on the outside individually. Heck, Blade Bolden can win individually. That's why Alabama's going to give Georgia problems. Florida doesn't have that. That's the problem.
I know you're not sold on Stetson Bennett, but let me ask you this question that somebody posed to me over this past weekend. If we never saw Stetson Bennett before 2021, how different would our opinion be of Bennett?
For me, none. I mean, you watch him play. He can't make throws. There are specific throws he can't make. And to me, I said this in the Saturday Down South, my first and 10 piece that I wrote. You look at the most critical spot for an offense, which is third down conversion. He's just barely above average, and the ball doesn't go down the field. He's had 24 throws, I think, in third down conversions, and he's had 4 conversions. Then you look at JT Daniels. He's 16 of 18 on third downs. The ball goes down the field, and I think he converted the third down 14 times or 13 times. That's what you want. You want a guy that continues to move the ball, to manage the game and move the ball down the field. At some point for Georgia, the defense and the running game, they're going to run into a team that stops them, and then it's going to be all in Stetson Bennett. And then that's the problem, because he cannot make specific throws that can win on third down. JT Daniels can. I'm telling you guys right now, at some point that job will be JT Daniels over the next month.
One more.
Kirby knows that. He knows it. He's not a fool. He gets it.
And I think I know I agree with you. And you can read things like that from Matt. His first and 10 Saturday Down South, usually in our morning rounds at nextroundlive.com. We put that there, easy link for all of you who are watching and listening to read Matt's stuff. Before you go, I want to get your reaction to the college football playoff rankings. The one big takeaway for you last night. We've seen this long enough to know since 2014. This is the start of the journey. This is setting up for the final rankings at the end. What was your big take last night away from the rankings release?
Well, if you want my smart-ass response, and I hope I can say that on the show.
You can.
My smart-ass response is, why does it matter? Because Alabama's going to beat Georgia in the SEC championship game, and they're going to play again in the final. So I don't know what everybody's getting all upset about. However, since you're asking me about what, I'm fine with it. I don't mind that Cincinnati's number 6. I think the committee did the smart thing, the right thing, by putting Oregon over Ohio State. And I'm sure that was a big, big discussion, too, because, it's all about the eye test there with them. And eventually, they'll talk about head-to-head, and they'll talk about schedules all the way down the line until the last poll. The last poll is all eye test. So if Oregon and Ohio State both have one loss at the end of the season, Oregon's going to get screwed if it comes down to those two. Cincinnati, a Notre Dame game was a nice win. There's no doubt about it. And the American is a better conference. It's getting better. But,
Oh, I think we lost him right there.
We did. No, unfortunately, he was spitting fire though. I like it.
You got cut off by the Power Five right there when he said the Americans getting better.
Matt Hayes is who that was. At Matt Hayes CFB. You can read him at Saturday Down South or hear him on 1010XL down there in Jacksonville. He was with us on the Pepsi hotline until Cincinnati cut him off.
Yep.
Hey, a reminder, if you want to get properly aligned, getting your spine properly aligned helps your nervous system, which controls every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. Because the nerves are protected by the spine. Do what I did. Go see Dr. Lee Goldenberg, Lance Season 2, Greystone Chiropractic, Highway 119 off 280, Tattersall Park. Make an appointment today and enjoy a healthier life. GreystoneChiropractor.com, GreystoneChiropractor.com, or 981-8090. Quick point, I don't know if it's good timing or bad timing, but Cincinnati fans are probably PO'd, all of them. And game day is in Cincinnati this weekend. Yeah. So there'll probably be some salty signs. And I think they probably blame ESPN for this. So I don't know what the reaction will be for game day being there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. And I have a feeling that when they made their choice to go there instead of College Station, they sort of knew that it would be a hot point in college football. No matter where they were. If they were in the rankings, it would be a hot place to be, Cincinnati, this week. If they were left out, it's even hotter. So it's better television probably to be there this week after they're all marching on the state capitol.
Just give me this. I'm not saying Cincinnati's one of the 4 best teams in college football, and I know we'll get more into this. But if Cincinnati wins out and Wake wins out and Notre Dame wins out, did Notre Dame and Wake jump in front of Cincinnati?
I don't know about Wake.
Notre Dame would not.
I'm not willing to say they 100% would.
Yeah, I'm not either. I mean, that's what sucks about this whole thing for Cincinnati.
Well, I mean, it would take a lot of other things to happen, I think, for Cincinnati and or Notre Dame to get in this thing, and those things can't happen. But the table is set up. The Big Ten, the committee loves the Big Ten, what they have put on tape so far. And you said they'd be really good, the Big Ten, going into the year.
And I'm backing off. The Big Ten ain't that good.
That's right. It has not lived up to expectations. And I agree with you that. But the headlines going into the season, it was going to be a banner year for the Big Ten. The Big Ten was positioned better to get 2 in this year than the SEC. And because of the committee, the way they set this up, I believe we are set up to possibly have either 2 from the Big Ten or 2 from the SEC.
Better chance Michigan State has 2 losses or undefeated into the regular season.
2 losses.
I think 2 losses.
Because I'm with you. I think they lose at Purdue this weekend.
I mean, better chance Oregon wins Pac-12 or has another regular season loss.
Better chance
I think they do both. I think they can lose another one and win the Pac-12.
That is a trick question. Yeah. I think Matt is right. I mean, this is setting up for Alabama to beat Georgia, and both Georgia and Alabama get in this thing and then meet again.
Yeah, no,
that's what that's setting up for.
I could see that. Right now, I'm not totally convinced Alabama would beat Georgia as I was a couple of weeks ago. But even if that happens, again, I think Michigan State's going to be out. Oregon's going to be out. You've got Ohio State still in there, but you got to find that 4th spot.
Yeah, it'll be somebody not Cincinnati is who it'll be.
Brand and money. Anytime you watch the college football playoff rankings, remember name brand and money. Who's paying the money for the playoffs? The Power 5.
Actually, no, it's ESPN. I mean, if you really want to look at it, without ESPN, that playoff doesn't exist. So, I mean, that's why.
Okay, who's making the most money off of the playoffs? The Power 5.
The Power 5 is.
Yeah, okay.
They're making the most off of it, but ESPN's the one that's paying them. So ultimately,
do you think ESPN has a say-so on
100%
on who is in the playoffs?
Oh gosh, yes. They're putting on the TV.
Yeah, but without ESPN, how would that not get out when you've got 13 members? Like if I was Will Shields,
right,
and I'm sitting in that room, and we have an ESPN exec that comes in once a week when we meet, and he's like, "Hey, I want to remind you guys, I know Cincinnati's pretty good, but Cincinnati, as far as eyeballs that they're going to bring to this thing, not good. So let's back it down." That would get out.
It would get out. But let me ask you this question, Lance. You're a smart guy. You sell for a living, right?
I do.
And you have some clients that spend more than others, right? And if you have a decision to make and it would affect that client one way or the other, do you have to go to that client and say, "Hey, what do you want me to do?" Or do you do what's in the best interest you think of that client?
I try to do what's in the best interest of the client.
That's right. To keep them happy, right? Because they spend a lot of money. ESPN is that client for the College Football Playoff Committee.
Yeah, but again, that taints this entire.
It's tainted.
I do think that's apples to oranges a little bit. I mean, this This is supposed to be what we view as the 4 best teams in college football.
Right, it is. The 4 best Power 5 teams in college football.
Well, that's what they need to say. I've got no problem with that if we just say that.
I know, but they can't say that.
Well, they just need to, though.
But it is what it is. I mean, you don't disagree with that, right?
I don't disagree. I guess what I'm most surprised by today is that we're still surprised after these polls come out.
You two said it. I am surprised, and now I will never be surprised again.
You shouldn't be surprised again.
I
the
will
group
never
of 5
be.
does not
Shame
have
on me.
Yes, they are not a member at this country
but
club. They
I
have
will
to play
say
with
this:
against.
whatever chaos it takes to get Cincinnati there. The thing about I hate about saying that is once they're there, they're going to get destroyed.
They're not getting there, though. There is no chaos that can get them there.
But I want them to get there, just to upset ESPN and to upset these Power 5
and
power
get destroyed.
brokers.
Yeah. But I would tell you the UCF team, at least one of them, maybe 2 of them, would destroy this Cincinnati team that got left out.
I don't disagree. I mean, look, the best.
I think those old school Boise teams.
That's what I was going to
say.
The best I ever saw was 2 of Chris Peterson's teams. Those are the best.
Kellen
I ever
Moore's
saw.
teams.
Yeah.
Kellen Moore, and then Mackenzie Milton when he was healthy. But at UCF, those 2 teams are better than this Cincinnati team.
I think we're putting a lot of that on the last 2 weeks, though. I really think we are, because I go back Notre Dame, watching that game. They dominated, and not that Notre Dame's a great team.
Well, that's what is not being talked about enough here, is that I think Notre Dame is, and I love the prestige of Notre Dame, and I love Notre Dame football, but I think they are higher ranked. I don't think they're the 10th best team in the country.
I agree, but Michigan's not even close to 7, and I said this last night. If you put Notre Dame and Michigan on a neutral site, I'm not sure. I lean Notre Dame wins that game, but Michigan has beaten no one.
They have not, and
now do Mississippi State.
You can do that.
They've beaten some people and lost some bad ones.
You can do it with almost anybody. Nobody's beating it. Georgia.
I think Mississippi State would beat Michigan. I think Mississippi State probably beats Oregon.
Yeah.
I mean, let me take that back. You've got a Mike Leach, Jekyll and Hyde team.
That's right.
It depends on which one of those shows up. Good Mississippi State beats a lot of these teams in the top 10. Bad Mississippi State loses to all of them.
Yeah. Right. Bad Mississippi State has to score 60 points in the fourth quarter to beat La Tech.
Right. But good Mississippi State we saw against Kentucky the other night. They beat a lot of teams in this thing. I mean, that was a good game for Mississippi State. I think the committee last night told Cincinnati, we're going to put you – here's what we'll do. That last screen ESPN shows where they unveil the top 6, we'll put you there, but don't ask for anything more because it's as high as you're getting. This is their cap, because Reese even asked it to the Gary Barta guy, and he danced around it Dunaway. This is their ceiling. And he goes, well, we don't view it that way. Well, you may not view it that way, but it is their ceiling. They've done all they can do to impress.
Okay, but let me ask you guys this quickly. If this week, let's say that Oregon gets upset by Washington, that's your upset alert. Where is Cincinnati next week? How do you not put them at 5?
Because at that point
they only beat Tulsa.
I mean, how impressive is Oklahoma in the bye week?
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, all of a sudden,
seriously,
I've got to jack Oklahoma.
I mean,
up there.
you're not putting Michigan or Oklahoma over Cincinnati, so you say that's their ceiling. But if Oregon loses this week,
who's Michigan got this week?
Oh,
let me check.
I think
Michigan
they've got a bye
week. No, they got Indiana.
Yeah.
If Michigan goes and beats Indiana and beats them, it's a primetime Fox game.
Cincinnati beat them by double digits.
But who? Indiana? Yeah. Doesn't matter. You think that matters to them?
So you guys really think Michigan at 7 is going to leapfrog Cincinnati this week by beating Indiana?
Yes, Michigan's a member at this course.
No, I really believe Oklahoma on a bye week will jump up there. They'll do a market correction. 1 week more.
I
week more of
to,
data.
Okay, I said shame on me. I am willing to, if Oregon loses, we'll restake it that Cincinnati will be in the top 5 next week.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to commit to that yet.
Because that would be impossible. I mean, you guys, we're just talking about logically thinking here.
It's not necessarily logic, though, that plays here.
Well, this whole thing's stupid.
Yes.
I'm almost willing to go back to the BCS now.
No, it's why
but then you'll never get Cincinnati in.
It's why
I don't mind getting. I don't care if Cincinnati gets in. It's just a stupid system.
It's why I've always just liked the automatic bids and then throw 3 wild cards.
I've always agreed with you on that. I think 8 is the way to do it, but the 3 wild cards,
that way
of course, that would be all political too.
We're going to be sitting here going, oh, Wake Forest is not one of the best teams, and they've got that automatic bid. They shouldn't be in. Well, they got an automatic bid. Put them in.
What
That's why I've
happened
never
to
liked
us
it.
on outlier stuff? Like when Charles Woodson won the Heisman Trophy, we wanted a defensive player to win the Heisman Trophy.
right.
That's why Peyton
So
Manning
he beat
didn't get his
Peyton
Heisman
Manning,
Trophy.
yes.
Doesn't there become a time when this committee wants to see the underdog get in just because it hasn't been done? This is that prime year you can do it because there's going to be a lot of chaos.
No, because that's not who signs their checks.
Okay, speaking of chaos, Rockstar's viewing menu, and then LT
is about to tell you why there's going to be more chaos coming up this week. That's coming up as we continue on. Part of the show is brought to you by Hemp Hill. If you got chaos in your life, Hemp Hill's who you call.
Yes, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. Recently experienced that myself. My own home a couple of months ago. Rocky did just a couple of weeks ago. First call we made, Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, and the team at Hemp Hill. They'll do it right. They do it right the first time. They always do it at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Our friends at Hemp Hill. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Every day, hundreds of Americans experience a life-threatening emergency that causes immediate death in their heart. And for the past 20 years, the Lord Wedgwood Charity is leading the fight for survival by placing AEDs throughout Alabama. Join us this next week as the Lord Wedgwood Charity hosts the Wedgwood Sportsman Social and Clay Shoot. The Wedgwood Sportsman Social will be Thursday, November 4th at Iron City, and the Clay Shoot will be Friday, November 5th at the Orvis Shooting Facility at Purcell Farms. Space is limited. Please visit our website for more information, lordwedgwoodcharity.org. Cookie Dough Magic is a locally owned dessert shop serving 13 flavors of edible cookie dough by the scoop. Visit today and try their delicious, safe-to-eat cookie dough in a homemade cone, milkshake, or sundae. Cookie Dough Magic also offers their cookie dough by the box, which is perfect for holiday parties, for work, classrooms, and family get-togethers. 3 locations, Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville. And they offer nationwide shipping, of course. So visit mycookiedoughmagic.com to order. That's mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Back with you on the next round. Tom Peavy just tweeted video of Toomer's corner being rolled. Is that from the win Saturday night of Ole Miss? Or did they roll it last night for the Braves World Series win?
I bet it was last night.
Yeah.
I mean, any time you would get an opportunity to celebrate and drink and hang out.
Yeah, I'm not knocking. I just wanted to. I see the video, and I know that it looked a lot like that after the big win over Ole Miss because I was parked on the other side and walked through it after I was done with Brown live on our Saturday breakout, brought to you by our friends at Culver's.
They were doing the tomahawk chop in the Jordan Hare stands.
Yeah, absolutely, because people were wearing their Braves gear at the tailgate. I was just wondering.
I saw it last
Daniel,
night.
couch fry, time to roll Toomers. I understand. I saw the commercial.
That is.
But you saw last night they were rolling?
I saw what was purported as video from last night.
Okay.
So maybe the same thing that he just sent us. I haven't looked. Bo plays pretty well in that commercial, by the way.
Oh,
he's really good in that commercial.
Yeah.
Think about a couch fry!
New Life Art brings us Rockstar's viewing menu every day. Tell us about New Life.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years now. Call 1-800-735-2787 or check out that great work today, danielmooreart.com.
All right, Rockstar, what you got, man?
We got a cowboy theme today, guys.
Dallas?
Netflix is a new movie dropping tonight with Idris Elba and Regina King, The Harder They Fall. When an outlaw discovers his enemy is being released from prison, he reunites his gang to seek revenge.
Boy, that trailer
I like that.
looks awful.
Oh, it looks awful?
Awful.
Wow, you built me up.
I turned.
No, I thought he was going to go awesome.
No,
awful.
have y'all not seen the trailer?
I have not.
I've not seen the trailer, but I like
They
the
busted out of the
premise.
train.
Yeah, I do too. Is Idris Elba like he's a cowboy leading the gang?
He's been one of my favorite actors for the last decade plus. I love him, but it looks terrible.
Can you think of a movie where the trailer's been horrible that you've really loved the movie? Because sometimes the trailer looks really good and the movie sucks, right? That's what usually happens.
There was one recently.
Have you ever been in a movie, though, and the movie is so bad you're like, God, I cannot wait to see the line I saw in the trailer? Because that must be the funniest part of this movie or the best part of this movie.
Well, I know Maggie and I are not the only people that do this, but we sit in the theater and every movie we go thumbs up, thumbs down.
Oh, no, my wife and I do that. I'm definitely going to see that. I
want to see that. I can't wait to see that. We're not smokers, though.
Yeah, I can't think of
Lance
one.
can't
I'll
think
think
of
of
one.
one.
So, but Idris Elba is the cowboy leading the gang?
Yes, I think
Sounds good to me.
the trailer shows that they're busting at a train and he's like locked up in a box and they shoot him out and then all hell breaks loose and he's
They shoot him out of the box?
it's like he's in a box all chained
up.
Like I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's a real stylish Western.
Carson says Hell or High Water. Terrible trailer, amazing film.
It was a really good film, man.
Smuff says, what was the trailer for Dear Zachary?
Ugh.
So awful.
If you know, you know, but don't go watch.
Don't go to watch.
Yellowstone 2-hour premiere Sunday night.
So I got a text from, first of all, he was talking a lot of shit, our buddy Drew, about the Braves, and relentless this morning. But then he was talking about he finally finished Yellowstone last night. I told him over the weekend, if a couple of things occur for the first episode of Yellowstone this season, I'm out. I'm tapping out. And anybody that's finished last season probably knows what I'm talking about. There has got to be some consequences from the season finale of last season.
Good saving on the spoiler there. And I agree.
You do agree, right?
Yeah. Yes. There's got to be. If not, then it doesn't seem very realistic, right?
No, it becomes Game of Thrones with nothing but dragons. Dragons that are talking.
Yeah,
because that's just nonsense.
Yeah, non-talking dragons.
This is going to be nonsense if certain things don't happen.
Yeah,
I'll say it.
I made it 2 episodes, and the final one on 7 p.m. on Cinemix tonight. Another cowboy movie, Wannabe Cowboy, City Slickers with Billy Crystal.
That's a good one.
Daniel
Funny
Stern.
Movie. Funny movie.
And Norm.
Man ate bacon every day of his life.
Oh. Sitting behind me.
That's what Rockstar is watching. Part of our show also being brought to you today by our friends at Alabama Power, as LT is about to tell you what's going to power more chaos for next year's rankings.
How do we have to do that? Really?
This one will shock you.
Oh.
Don't get shocked. Stay in touch with our friends at Alabama Power. We'll plug in some upsets. Stay plugged in with our friends at Alabama Power.
For more than a century, Alabama Power and its employees have served our state. That is not all. Alabama Power employees and their families contribute thousands of volunteer hours every year to support local nonprofits and community projects. Learn more at alabamapower.com/community. Power for a better Alabama.
LT's about to tell us what's going to juice some change.
Just do it, Lance,
with some high voltage upsets.
No, we didn't really bring this up last week on the show, and Brown and I did Saturday morning video, and I brought it up immediately. I said, I don't know why we didn't give this a lot of talk during the next round this past week, but there are 9 situations where we could have unranked beat ranked.
This week?
No, this was last week.
Oh, that was last week.
And 6 of those 9s hit. And I think the week before I talked about it a lot on the show, and I think it was like 4 or 5 unranked beat ranked teams.
So we've gone 2 weeks where a massive amount of unranked teams have beaten ranked
and
teams.
Nobody's talking about. We have not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, not 9, not 10, but 11 opportunities.
Let's go.
Well, thank you, LeBron. I love the way you count.
I'm going to mark my TV.
You guys just disagree with me when you think these can't happen, okay?
Right.
We'll start with the 11 o'clock slate. Wake Forest at North Carolina.
Yes, not even a conference
I'm
game.
counting on that one.
Yeah,
in fact.
I think that's a given.
I'm counting on that.
Liberty at Ole Miss.
Not so much. I don't think Liberty's that good.
Malik Willis will have a career game against that Ole Miss defense.
Yeah, but are they going to slow? Well, what's Corral's status? I mean, is he?
See, we don't know.
Yeah.
He's not going to be 100%.
If you told me Corral's not playing, I could see it.
And the only thing I'll tell you is that number's only 9.5.
I see that. But if Corral plays, I think they torch Liberty's defense.
But
anyway,
you will give me. I mean,
it could be a track meet. But I
at
think
3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, when you go to get a snack, are you going to tell me you'd be blown away that Ole
I'll be
Miss
blown
lost?
away.
Okay. SMU at Memphis.
You think Memphis can win? No,
I
think
Memphis will win that game.
SMU's still in the poll, right? They're just not in the.
Well, they're not in the
playoff.
fabricated poll.
Yeah, no,
the
that's
money
right.
poll.
You're going by the AP poll or the coaches poll, not the one that matters.
They're ranked in both of those
Right.
polls.
I know.
I can't help with the money poll. Michigan State at Purdue. We already know what's going to happen there, right?
I was told earlier today that was going to be
Michigan
an
fraud
upset.
goes down there.
Yeah.
Baylor at TCU.
So just real quickly, you called Michigan State a fraud earlier. You think Purdue upsets them. If I'm Mel Tucker's agent, I should sign any of the contracts I have on my table this week before the game on Saturday.
I mean, might as well wait. I mean, with 2 losses, he still could get LSU.
I mean, it washed over us. Matt Hayes said,
I heard that.
Throw all the money at Mel Tucker to Florida. I mean, Mel Tucker could sit there and have his choice of Florida or LSU.
I think even with 2 losses, he could.
Which one would you take?
I know everyone tells me I should take LSU, but I think I would take Florida.
Well, but I look at LSU and I'm like, in a stronger division, the last 2 coaches there have won a national championship. Outside of Urban Meyer, give me a coach that's been successful.
But I take
The
Florida.
last 3 coaches there won a national
I take Florida, and I just find a way. And I look back to last year, and I know that Dan Mullen beat Kirby Smart straight up. You just got to be able to chip away at Kirby. It's a 2-team race.
Carson says, I covered the UAB Liberty game. Malik Willis should terrify the Sharks.
Oh, no. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying the same's true on the other side of Corral plays. All right, I disagree with you. TCU just lost their coach. It's not like they're playing for him because he's not even there anymore.
Baylor's a good team.
Yeah.
And I'll leave it at that. They should have lost to a average Texas team last week.
I disagree with you on that one. Go ahead.
Dunaway, do you think TCU can beat Baylor?
I do. I
I
almost went, if I could have drawn a better horned frog, I would have gone TCU in my upset.
Oklahoma State at West Virginia.
Yep, I just had West Virginia last week. I saw the line this morning on that game. It's only like 3. Yeah.
Will you sing for me again?
West Virginia, Mountain Mama,
Take
Country
me
Road.
home.
Don't, if you're going to sing along, sing the right lyrics, please.
Well, I'm singing backup. Sometimes they sing at different parts of the song. What's that called, Rockstar?
Rocky Mountain High.
No.
Where were we on?
No,
when he sings one part of the song and I sing
called harmony.
No,
it's
not
like
harmony,
when you
it's,
do row your boat and then the other person.
Oh, you sing it in rounds.
Yes.
Yeah, you're singing in rounds.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Take me home, country
Take
road.
me home.
Penn State at Maryland.
Sunshine on my shoulders makes me happy.
I don't.
Again, look, I don't trust Loxley, but if Tagovailoa is hot.
Here's how that happens. If Ohio State beats them twice, right? Penn State, they've had the emotional overtime loss to Illinois. They feel like they played well enough to beat Ohio State. They lose that game. I could see this.
This game's only 10.
Yeah.
And if Franklin is franning it up,
that's right.
And Talia Tagovailoa goes off like he does occasionally. I mean,
you never know.
He's a 5 interception, 5 touchdown wild card.
What scares me about that is Brent Pryce still got a good defense. In spite of the fact they can't really score, Penn State's got a good defense.
Well, it comes down to
Tagovailoa
turning the ball over or not. Mississippi State at Arkansas.
Yeah, I can see that one. Yeah. Again, that's all which Leach team shows up.
I mean, not too long ago, Arkansas was a top 10 team.
Yeah. Tennessee at Kentucky.
Absolutely.
I think Tennessee wins that game.
Kentucky has regressed all the way back to where they were before your guy Liam Cohen got there. He can't ram this thing up, man. They are still bad on offense.
I mean, Tennessee has, those receivers. The kid that beat Josh Jobe off the line, hard to cover. Hard to cover.
To think we talked the way we did about that quarterback there. And
Will Levis?
Will Levis, he's just as bad as the rest of them now.
Yeah, he really has been.
He was a lot better when he was eating bananas with the pills on, when he started putting mayonnaise in his coffee.
And when they were playing La Monroe.
Down the hill.
Boise at Fresno.
I mean, you were chilled on Boise.
Uh-huh.
You were all over Fresno pulling the upset, but now
this is a
back-to-earth
game.
Yeah.
I mean, this is under a touchdown number right now. And then finally, Oregon at Washington.
Yeah, you are convinced that one's going to happen.
Well, no. I'm not.
I thought you were.
He was until I picked Washington.
That's right. I forgot. That changed.
But that's 11 games where I think we're going to get half. I don't know what half comes to fruition, but I think we'll get half. I think 5 more unranked beat ranked teams again this week.
Boy, we had such a good Pac-12 after dark slate last week. It sucks this week. I mean, UTSA UTEP's a good game.
Yeah, it's
but
a pretty good game.
USC Arizona State, yuck. I mean, USC's got nobody left.
I mean, you sort of have Herm fighting for his job.
Yeah.
Sort
I mean,
of.
I'm going to watch it. I'm just saying we had 4 games going on in Pac-12 after dark last week.
I'm telling you, USC doesn't win another game.
Yeah.
So you guys give me that half of those probably happen?
Oh, you could, half of the ones you named. I didn't like some of them, but I think half of them could.
So there's going to be chaos again.
Not listed. It's in the small print down at the left. Anything on USF beating Houston? No chance.
How did they not make the list? You just ran out of room?
Well, I had to put all the MAC teams that aren't always put in there.
Yeah.
So I do have an updated.
Is Houston ranked now? I guess they are.
Yeah, I think they are, yeah.
In the non-money poll.
But no, I don't think South Florida. No.
Okay. Anything on San Diego State still ranked, or are they out now?
They are out now.
So are you going to give us an updated one with the midweek games out of it?
It is right there at nextroundlive.com, printable fashion if you want to do that. I've done the updated one there.
Oh, because I'm missing San Diego State. Hawaii is also playing in Pac-12 after dark.
That's why I mentioned that. That's what made me think of that. All right, that is LT's juiced up, powered up, high voltage. Unranked versus ranked wins this weekend. Look for more chaos, which will make next Tuesday's unveiling, which is always Brown's, I think, is your favorite poll or the least favorite?
Least favorite because we have to wait till the between games.
Yeah, they delay it until halftime in the Madison Square Garden doubleheader.
Yeah, and it's like 9 o'clock at night, and I'm getting to be an old man. I couldn't even stay awake for the Braves game.
You did not see the end?
I did not. I fell asleep.
I didn't either.
You didn't either?
Well, I mean, it was.
Oh my goodness!
It was a blowout.
I was awake. I just didn't watch it.
Well, I will tell you when we come back right here on this show, on this video digital platform show, one of our longtime viewers and listeners, I think he stayed clothed, but when we come back, we'll show you the video he sent us of how he celebrated.
Okay. And you think he
night.
stayed clothed, which is a heck of a tease.
Well,
right
I didn't see the video, but Forrester got the video, so we'll look at that. Some more of your celebration, including Forrester gave me a thumbs up on what they did to tumors last night. All that still to come. As we tell you, we are brought to you by the great folks at the Pants Store right here in the great state of Alabama. 5 locations if you're looking for the Pants Store, but it always start online, pantstore.com, pantstore.com. The 5 locations are in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville. So you can go by and look for, really this time of year, just unbelievable gifts for the holidays for the fan in your life. That includes the women or the men in your life who love college football. A lot of other stuff other than college football stuff there, but we talk a lot about the college football game day wear stuff. You want to look right for the tailgate or for the party or for next season or for 30A, wherever you're going, you get it all at the Pants Store. Great fashions for the women, great accessories for the guys too, the hats, the Yeti coolers, the sunglasses. See it all online at pantstore.com. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. The great folks at the one and only Pants Store.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. In recognition of the service and support of our communities, Academy Sports and Outdoors is offering military and first responders 10% off their purchases, both in-store and online, from October 24th through November 14th. Academy is making shopping even easier with curbside and in-store pickup available now. So stop by your store or academy.com and redeem your military and first responder discount. Exclusions apply. Visit academy.com/discount for all the details. I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
We'll get back to college football coming up at the top of the hour with Barrett Jones, but we're about to celebrate some more with you Braves fans out there, Braves country. And Wayne's, our friends at Wayne's, they're all over Braves country and at the SEC country, and they're the exclusive provider of the entire Next Round. We trust them, and you should too. Headquartered in Birmingham, but serving all the Southeast with world-class service every time out. And listen, this is the time of year your lawn is gone into dormancy, right? And a lot of people just let your grass lay out there and die and have to refurbish itself in the spring. Wayne's has a treatment that is set up so your lawn during dormancy can be ready to grow as soon as the weather gets right in the spring. Gives you great success and have the best lawn ever in 2022 by taking care of it right now with our friends at Wayne's. That's just one of the major services they provide for you and for us. They provide residential and commercial termite protection. Listen, if you're a business owner and you're a commercial property owner and you've got a pest problem, a termite problem, a mosquito problem, Wayne's can take care of your business as well. Termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care service. And the Enviro Pest Service right now, you can save $60 if you use the promo code TNR. TNR, that stands for the next round. So whatever you're doing, when you call Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1, just say, hey, TNR, that's my promo code. What can I get off of this service right here? 866-WAYNES-1, and the promo code is TNR. Forrester, let's do Celebration at Tumors first. You want to do that one first? Celebration at Tumors last night. This is not Saturday. This is last night. Look at the crowd there.
Wow.
I mean, that's
incredible.
as big as an Auburn football win. You can't put any more people in the streets.
No, you're right. They're body to body and peppering those trees. And like Lance said, boy, the lighting right there on Sanford Tower, they light that up well, don't they?
They really do.
That's cool. Like Lance said, any opportunity to get out on the streets, probably pound a few and do a little celebrating, you're going to do it, right?
Hey, what do you think the wattage on those bulbs are?
Where, at Sanford?
Yeah.
A lot. I mean, it looks like a Disney set.
Well, I mean, I don't want to
200?
I don't want to step on Forrester's toe, best sports photographer in the history of Birmingham in this century. But what you got here, you got to iris up a little bit to get the dark between the trees here, which makes that light a little brighter up there.
Does it?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a little out of focus, too. I think they need a better shot.
Well, you got
Come on, Scott.
No, Scott didn't shoot it.
Yeah.
But still,
Tom
man, he
Peavy
needs to
did.
have-
Tom
yeah.
Peavy did, yeah.
I mean,
Scott would have had Sanford as crystal clear as a bell right there.
No. That's,
Yeah, he would have. You're doubting Forrester? He's the best that's ever done it.
Yeah, but he wouldn't want that. He'd want the crowd to be. But that back to the point. It was a great scene there last night. But not as good. Is this Steven? Is this Steven who does this?
What?
Cut 11?
Uh-huh.
We got audio of this too. Give me cut 11, Rockstar. We got this differently here. I forgot about this. It's as a soundbite too. We got to go sound up. This is Stephen Pritchett, one of our longtime listeners and viewers, and we're going to play this straight as a soundbite because I want you to hear this guy too. He is basically for the entire. Is it in Hayden, Alabama? Is that right? Hayden, Alabama. This is how they reacted to the Braves win last night.
On the ground. On the ground.
Look at that.
Let's go, baby!
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Hey. Let's go! Yeah!
Oh, I like it. I mean, you saved that forever.
That's cool.
You
That's
saved
really
that
cool.
forever.
Yeah, one dude had his socks on.
He did.
Yeah, one guy
boy.
had plaid pajama bottoms.
I don't know what time that thing went final because I was asleep in the recliner, but I bet his neighbors that aren't Braves fans knew when it went final.
Do we have Parmalee running? Okay, Kyle Parmalee. Is it Kyle?
Uh-huh.
Kyle Parmalee. Listen, look at this. He's running through the streets.
Is that his neighborhood?
Yeah, running through the streets waving the Braves flag last night.
That's fantastic.
Look at that. A party of one.
That's right.
I mean, Kyle, we should probably get you an apartment down at Toomer's Corner so you could celebrate with people.
That's all right, though, man.
Yeah.
I've still got...
Party of one.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I don't know what I would do if the
Is that a
Dolphins...
laser on him there?
Yeah.
Like a neighbor almost picked him off. Enough's enough.
Like, I don't know what I would do if the Dolphins... Like, I've experienced the Nationals winning a Super Bowl, but a World Series, but the Nationals are nothing compared to the Dolphins for me.
See, I've won the others. I've won the 2 Super Bowls, and I've won...
Yeah, but you care more about
so many Stanley Cups I can't count.
But you care more about the Bucks than the Rays, right?
I do, but now
that's my point.
The Rays... I mean, baseball just seems so much harder to win. I know that's hard.
No, it
just seems so much harder to win because, I mean, Tampa Bay won and I wore this today not as an insult to Atlanta. I wore this today to let you guys know I'm not jumping on your bandwagon and sharing in your joy today. I'm a Tampa Bay Rays fan. I'm on a radio show occasionally in Houston and or Baton Rouge. I forget which one I'm on with the guy, but he does a show in Houston and Baton Rouge. He does a show in both markets. I don't know if he uses me in Houston. I know he uses me in Baton Rouge. But he sent me a DM last night, like in the 8th inning. He was looking for the landmines, what he was looking for. He was like, congratulations to your Braves. And I was like, well, I know I have an accent. When I'm on with you, you may have misunderstood. I said Rays, not Braves.
Oh, you lived in Alabama.
Yeah. And he was like, oh, okay. Well, congratulations to your viewers and listeners. He's a big Astros fan.
Yeah, but my point is, and Lance, you've been at Super Bowls where the Rams have won, and I don't know how you react. I've seen you when the Rams aren't playing well. I've never seen you react to a world championship. I imagine it's a pretty interesting reaction.
Like you don't cry, do you?
I got really emotional when the Rams won Super Bowl. Yeah, Super Bowl 34.
Yeah, like I was in tears in my sports room this year watching Tampa Bay win.
Yeah, I'm sure I'd get really emotional again because.
I would cry.
I don't. It just doesn't happen. You talk about it's so difficult in Major League Baseball. It's just difficult.
Like
in any
you've
sport.
changed my thinking because I used to always say if the Dolphins make the Super Bowl, I don't know that I want to go. I want to watch it at home. And you said, no, Brown, you need to be there. I've done this. You need to be there. You changed my thinking on that. I think I'd cry.
Tell us about Farmfolio before we hear a couple of sound bites from Freddie Freeman, Barrett Jones at the top of the hour.
All right, so the Farmfolio chat room is open a ton over there. We're getting to it. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. Visit farmfolio.net.
Great celebration for the Braves last night. 12 years. Freddie Freeman is technically going to be a free agent unless they go ahead and sign him. But what a moment for Freddie last night. First, Cut One Rockstar, his reaction to being world champion.
You guys all come down in spring training in February, so hopeful every single year, and then year after year it never happened. And, I mean, this year it was improbable. I mean, in my opinion, we lost the best player in the National League in July. The next day, Ian's going for an MRI during the All-Star break, and we hit every pothole, every bump you could possibly hit this year, and somehow the car still made it onto the other side. So it's just an incredible group. What Alex did during the trade deadline, I mean, we've been the best team since the trade deadline. So, and we played like it all the way into the postseason. So we just got hot, and we just carried it over.
He's got good teeth.
Yeah, but I would tell you what a great sentiment in that soundbite there is that, you know, he admits, a guy who is always up for MVP, we lost the best player in the National League in Ronald Acuna, and then all the other stuff that happens, and then they got hot at the right time. And his point is there have been so many years that we thought in spring training this was the year we were going to win it, or maybe last year we thought we were going to win it, but it was this year, the 88 win year, where we actually win it.
Yeah, and that's what's so strange about baseball. And typically, you know, you talk about better teams win 7-game series. That's not always the case. Baseball is just a weird sport.
Yeah,
it really is.
And Braves fans got PO'd at Buck last night for pointing out that could have been Freddie Freeman's last at bat as a Brave as he's circling the bases after he hit the home run.
Well, I mean, technically it could be.
Technically, but the Braves fans were like, that's not really the time and place to discuss
I haven't seen, and we got Todd Fuhrman coming up on the show. I would assume the Dodgers are the favorites next year.
I've heard the Angels.
Well, he's a California guy.
Yeah, I've heard the Angels.
Yeah, so L.A. Angel. I think he grew up an Angels fan.
You can't
No,
let him
I'm
leave
saying
it
the favorite. The Angels aren't the favorite. The favorite to win the World Series.
I thought you meant to get Freddie Freeman.
We thought you meant get Freddie Freeman. What we were talking about his free agency.
No, I'm talking about what's going to be interesting is who is your favorite going into next season.
Late for a break, top of the hour. Barrett Jones due up next. Also, LT's Trash in the next hour, and Todd Fuhrman still to come.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's. Look, fall is here. You want to enjoy that outdoor weather. Imagine sitting out there on the Saturday, manning the grill. You're watching football. You don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. Don't let the mosquitoes ruin your perfect day. The professionals at Wayne's can protect you, your family, and your pets. Call today, 1-866-WAYNES1. You can always go online. Call Waynes.com. Fall weather is here. Enjoy it with the family, mosquito-free. You can do it with our friends at Wayne's. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Taco Mama was once a startup, and now 10 years later, Taco Mama has teamed up with us here at The Next Round to help other startups in Alabama take those first steps to success. That includes a free month of advertising donated by Taco Mama. The first startup we're excited to tell you about is Southern Bee Fine Leisure Attire, fun clothing for golfers and other outdoor events. Find out more at southernbeeclothing.com. Here's a snippet of their entry video.
Our love of looking great while playing mediocre golf led to the creation of Southern Bee.
You'll hear more about Southern Bee Fine Leisure Attire all through November on The Next Round. And if you're a startup business and would like to apply for the Taco Mama Startup Gift, send a short video to this email address, staff@nextroundlive.com. That's STAFF, staff@nextroundlive.com. The Next Round joins Taco Mama in reminding you to shop local and support local startups.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get Ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident and ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Forrester all here with you. This hour always brought to you by Champy's world-famous chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Barrett Jones coming up in just a second. There is no more humble brag in the world than having a completed Rubik's Cube sitting on your office desk.
That's how you buy it.
In my opinion, that is a humble brag. We'll talk to Barrett in just a second. A big shout out to our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union that brings you part of the show.
Yeah, Brown, what is that uppity course you play up in your neck of the woods?
Uppity? It's you talking about Silver Lakes?
Yeah.
That's where I played when I was at Jack State back in the day.
Yeah, we've got some of our friends out there right now, Phil Boozer and the guys, they're playing.
Yep.
And shout out to the Cheehaw chapter of credit unions at Silver Lakes Golf Tournament right now. They're listening right now on the app, and Phil and the guys out there playing around the golf.
Just play Phil's drive all day. He can bomb it.
Boy, he can, man.
He can.
It's 10 degrees hotter or 10 degrees colder on that course for some reason. Every time I played it, a lot of wind.
A lot of wind.
Hey, and the last text I got from Phil before that one, 9:42 p.m. on Saturday night, War Eagle.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So he's rolling along. Let's talk college football with our buddy Barrett Jones, Brown.
Yeah, Barrett joins us. He's going to start joining us each week at this time, and he's presented by Gus's Fried Chicken, one of his favorite spots. This is how this happened. Barrett just mentioned it a couple times on the show, and Gus has called, and they're like, man, we'd like to sponsor Barrett. If he's that big a fan, we're a big fan too. He's on the Pepsi hotline. He's with us now. What's up, Barrett? How are you?
I've never been more proud than being paid in chicken. So it's a big time. The big moment for me. I finally arrived.
Hey, we saw it on the preview monitor, but the crowd didn't see it. That is not a completed Rubik's Cube. You were showing Dunaway on our preview monitor. That thing is not.
Yeah, complete. I mean, I can work a Rubik's Cube, but I got me mid-call, so I got a few steps left.
Okay, hey, he'll get it done.
That was not meant to be a humble brag. I'm in my office right now, and I, when you're on a call, sometimes they get long, and you got to find things to do. I got beads, play. I got all kind of stuff. I like to do things with my hands.
Interesting. We had Matt Hayes on earlier, and from Saturday Down South, and he was talking about if Georgia wants to beat Alabama, they've got to go JT Daniels. I think I might be in the minority. I think Brown agrees. I don't know where you are, Dunaway. I kind of like this Stetson Bennett situation right now, Barrett. I think he's playing much better than he played, obviously, last year. The team chemistry is still there, and obviously this defense is so dominant, it hasn't mattered.
Yeah, I've seen that take a lot, and I'm just honestly not sure where it's coming from. I mean, could it be right? Maybe. But I'm not sure where they're finding this JT Daniels film that all of a sudden he's finally the guy that we all thought he might be at. Maybe they're watching the end of last year where he racked up some good yardage against weaker opponents. But I called his first game this season against Clemson, and I'm just telling you, it certainly was nothing that would make you think this guy's going to come back and save the offense. I mean, people forget, obviously that was Georgia's biggest test to now a Clemson team that people will feel much differently about. That was a 3-3 ball game offensively. Obviously, that Georgia had the pick six that won the game, and it was ultimately 10-3. But he was not very good that night. So I'm with you. I think Stetson Bennett's playing much better. For whatever reason, it seems like the team has rallied around him. They seem to like him better, and I think that matters. That's very important as to who the team believes in. And he's a little bit more athletic. I think some people act like he's because comparatively maybe he's like RG3. I'm not sure he's quite RG3, but he definitely is more athletic and can do some things with his legs when things break down. But ultimately with Georgia's defense, they want a guy that they can trust back there not to make mistakes. Can run around and make some big plays. And Stetson Bennett, you got to give it to him. He's done a fantastic job. I mean, those last few minutes there of that Florida game of the first half, he was absolutely electric. Now there certainly were some stretches where the offense was pretty vanilla, but again, with that defense, you don't have to get too fancy because they're that good.
Of course, we don't know if Stetson Bennett had played in that game against Clemson if Georgia had taken an L in that 10-3 game. So, can't have retro reverse.
Glass half empty gem there, I guess.
I'm just saying, JT did get the W. You have been with some game managers in your day, so you've seen that happen sometimes.
I'm not touching that one, Jim. I mean, come on. These guys have families.
All right, so here we go. Last night, you've called a lot of Big 12 games this year. A couple of them I've heard. You've been out in Big 12 country. Is Oklahoma in the right spot at number 8, or are they getting slighted a little bit?
Good question, man. It was an exciting, action-packed night last night. I mean, my first answer is it doesn't really matter, and I know that's upsetting to people probably, but. They with their schedule coming up and what they still have left at Oklahoma State, obviously the Big 12 championship, if they make it, they got plenty of firepower to get in the top 4. I think if they went out, and I can't see them not in the top 4. But yeah, I think it's very fair based on how they've looked. I mean, I had them against Nebraska. They looked extremely pedestrian. Obviously the game against Texas had an unbelievable comeback, but you probably should have lost that game in a lot of ways. I mean. Really every game, Kansas, that's probably their worst game of the year. I mean, they looked horrible against Kansas, but at the end of the day, they're undefeated. And if you're undefeated in the Big 12, you're probably going to go to the playoffs. So I do think that I don't have a problem with it. Look, it was a hard job. I was going to tell you, I do some rankings right now every week. I do a top 16. It is difficult this year. I feel like it's my first year doing it, honestly, but it has to be one of the harder years to do rankings because, after one, in that 2 through 8 zone, you could really make an argument for just about any combination. So I don't envy the committee. I know a lot of people have gotten worked up about a lot of different stuff, but I don't really have a problem with Oklahoma at 8.
Barrett Jones is with us. He is on the Pepsi Hotline. He joins us each week courtesy of Gus's Fried Chicken. You can find them downtown in Birmingham, 2201 2nd Avenue South, and online, gusfriedchicken.com. Great idea for those holiday parties. gusfriedchicken.com for more information on that. You played in a lot of Alabama LSU games that were far more important and competitive than the one that we will have Saturday. Did you feel, and I know Nick Saban says take them all the same, did you feel any difference from Nick Saban in an LSU week than any other week?
I don't think the approach was any different. Actually, I always say this about rivalry games, that it surprises people that usually Nick Saban is a little bit more low-key during those weeks. I think, the weeks that he gets really jacked up or when you're playing a smaller team, maybe an inferior opponent, he kind of is yelling and screaming. A week like LSU, if you got to ask people to come out and practice and get excited about the game, then, you're at the wrong place. And so generally practices were always pretty sharp and good, and guys were locked in and focused. And, you don't want to get embarrassed on national television on the CBS 230 game. So everybody was jacked up for that one. And it was actually normally a little bit more of a reserve Coach Saban and just more focused on details because the effort was there, and really when he has those outbursts, it's normally because he feels like there's not great effort in practice. But, other than that, game plan wise, nothing different. We never started on LSU early. I mean, obviously we did because we had the bye week. But even during the bye week, I think people would be surprised at how that usually operates. Is normally you take what he does is there's about 4 days of practice, and the first 3 you're going to go through the last 3 opponents. So there would have been an Auburn day in there. I don't know Alabama's schedule. I guess Arkansas day and whoever else day, and then you have an extra LSU day on the end that gives you kind of a jump start on that practice. So that's the way he always went about it. He's, as you know, extremely rhythmic and superstitious even as to how he operates. And, the other thing I always tell people is people don't realize there's so much work from these coaching staffs goes in the summer. They're obviously things change, but they've got a giant book that they make in the summer for each team. And so then when the season comes, they're pulling it out. And even throughout the year, they have the analysts kind of updating it. I think for a team in general, it doesn't really take more than a week to prepare for a team in general. I mean, you can do it in a week. You can really know. I mean, by the end of the week, you're seeing the same clips over and over, and you've seen them for the 10th time, and you're kind of like, oh, my goodness, can we move on to the next team? So I've never really bought into the fact that bye weeks are that big of a deal. Yeah, it's good to rest and get healthy, but all in all, it was pretty much standard operating procedure.
Barrett, if I could watch a matchup of any two teams from the history of college football, it would be 2019 LSU and 2020 Alabama.
Wow.
With that said, I don't know who you would have winning that game. Since LSU won that championship, they're 9-9 now, and obviously we know the afterfall of Ed Orgeron and what's going on there. But how do you explain LSU from where they were hoisting that trophy to where they are now?
It's tough to explain, honestly, that fall, especially when you look at how they've recruited. I mean, that's the thing. It's not like they've all of a sudden just stopped recruiting. I mean, they've still got really good players there. I'll say mentally, it is really hard, to follow up success. It's really tough. It's a lot easier to climb the mountain. You could also make the argument that 19 was a perfect storm for LSU. I mean, there's so many things that came together to form, again, arguably the greatest football team of all time. I mean, they were unbelievable in really every area, had NFL players. They were stacked. And so, was it that the fact that Coach O was never really that good? It was the coordinators, was the fact that they had all these players at once. I think there are a lot of factors that go into it. But you're right. For whatever reason, after that, the players have jumped off. Everyone's kind of been more focused on, what they can do, getting theirs, going to the NFL. I mean, even this year, I can't prove this, but there's several guys that I hypothesize probably could have finished the year that just kind of said, I'm going to go ahead and get surgery, midway through the year after we've had some big losses, get ready for the combine. I mean, there just hasn't been a whole lot of buy-in. And the other thing is it seems like the players still like Coach O, but for whatever reason, they just haven't played very well. They haven't hired good coaches to replace those coordinators, at least results-wise. So, a lot of factors, but it has been as steep of a fall as I can ever remember, considering you're coming off probably, arguably the greatest football team of all time in 2019 LSU.
This is our first chance to look into your office, so I'd like to focus a little bit on that.
Do you have an appointment to see Mr. Jones?
Forget the world map that's flat. I know you're a deep thinker. You're not a flat earther. So
I'm a big Mercator projection guy, though. I mean,
yeah,
go with Mercator sometime.
Yeah. Hey.
That's
ironically,
what this is called.
me too. Me too.
There you go.
I want to go on that lamp because it could interest LT. Is that a ram's lamp?
No, it looks like an upside down mermaid.
That's a ram head.
Is it a ram head?
Yeah, look, Barrett's going to move it. Yeah, see?
That's a ram's head.
That's what comes when you play. He played for the Rams. You get that when you
It is
play
a
for the
ram
Rams.
lamp.
Did Les Snead give you that?
Yeah, Les Snead gave me that when he was kicking me out the door.
Barrett went like the jerk. I only need this lamp, just this lamp.
That's right. He said, this will light your way the rest of the time, but it won't be here. No, actually, I just always kind of liked it. My mom actually got it when I got drafted by the Rams and put it in my apartment in St. Louis, and it's about the only thing that's left from my St. Louis apartment. But I think it's kind of nice, and
that's cool.
Never catch that it was like a Rams theme lamp. So I'm not like a out and out guy. Now I again, you see I do have those on the wall. That's like the only Alabama stuff I have because I think those pictures are just cool. I think I'm a big picture guy. I think those are neat. So yes, I do have a Ram lamp LT, and you know what? I'm gonna amend my will if I ever pass away. That this Ram lamp's going to you.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Wow,
man.
right there. Can I get
Vegas odds have you outliving me though. So.
Can I get the
That's for sure.
Can I get the 2011 and 2012 pictures? Can you put that in there for me? Or are you going to really cut into my age and tell me there's no way in heck that you outlived me?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, you can have them. Absolutely. Whatever you want, Jim. I actually have the 09 is right this way, so it's behind.
Yeah. I want your cut of the membership at Turtle Point when you die. So
wow. That's going to cost you. A lot of things they can give up willingly. I will just declare I'm actually not a member at Turtle Point. My dad is, so I'm still. He reminds me all the time that membership.
I was actually going to give Brown your college diploma.
I'm only one.
There you go. That's actually not my diploma. I'm a CFP, which don't give me. And I have this long speech about you pay all this money, you study all this time, they give you these letters behind your name. But it's a long story. I do have my diplomas on the other side, so that includes the office tour.
Oh, thank you. I've enjoyed the tour.
Wow, don't shut us down.
Are we gone? And is that a wallet in front of the Rams lamp?
I mean, don't shut us down. I mean,
it's a wallet tray. So
okay.
I mean, monogrammed.
Yeah.
Monogrammed. Oh, wow. Can't hide it.
It was a Christmas gift from one of the guys I work with. I mean, I guess we can keep going. I got a family photo right here. My everything on there. It's Anderson. He's much older now.
That's beautiful.
So I got some things. I actually have this. This is super cheesy. You're gonna love this.
Oh, the Bear Bryant coach.
That's not cheesy.
Yeah,
take a swig, man.
Did you realize the Barrett? I pulled this yesterday just to make sure, and I know we haven't talked about this on the air, but Saban turning 70 this past Sunday. Bear Bryant was younger than Saban when he passed away.
Wow. That is crazy. That is.
And they look nothing alike, right?
Bear Bryant looked 1,000 when he died.
Yeah,
I
don't have the stats in front of me, Barrett, but 130 and 12 is what Nick Saban was in his 60s. 130 and 12, I think, is the number. Only lost 12 games. His first loss of his 60s, you were there, game of the century, LSU.
Wow. They say 99% of stats are made up on the spot.
Yeah.
Well done.
Hey, that's legitimate. So, a random question. We're all over the place.
Really?
And not that you've got a job, so you're fine. Not that you would ever be in this situation. But if you had to fill out a resume and you had to put 3 recommendations, 3 recs, would Nick Saban be one of those guys?
Wow. My honest answer probably depends on what kind of job it was. But yeah, I mean, I think he'd probably write me a pretty good rec. I mean, in fact, he wrote me a rec for something one time, I think. I can't remember what it was. Maybe grad school, I guess. So, yeah, I think I could do that. I mean,
I would know that it was a Linda Leone wreck. That he.
That's all right.
It'd be nice to. That's his secretary.
Yes.
It would be nice. It was so nice to have.
Yes. You can hear Barrett on ESPN Radio. He needed no recommendation for that job. His play on the field spoke for itself. Texas at Iowa State. The game is on FS1 at 6:30. ESPN Radio 6:30 kick. Texas at Iowa State. Barrett is headed to Ames. Have fun with that, Barrett.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be cold. I'll be honest. Our schedule. So for those of you who don't know, we've talked about it on the show before, but the ESPN Radio schedule is much different than TV schedule in that the majority of it is predetermined before the season. Now, in November, we actually have two options of where to go, and our other option was not great either. So we're going to Ames. This was a game that hypothetically before the season started was going to be a great game, and when they turn out not to be great games, all you can root for is that they're 11 a.m. games so that you can get home Saturday night. And so not only is it not a good game, but it's a night game. So it's the double whammy. It's going to be cold. The booth probably is open air, and I'm getting my mind right for it. I don't have the same wherewithal to battle through adversity that I used to, and so I'll get there by game time. But right now, I got to get my mind right about going to Ames. It's hard to get to Ames, man.
I bet.
Am I right or incorrect that one of your other choice was either Alabama, LSU, or Clemson, Louisville?
No, Bama, LSU is always off the table for us when it's at Bama. That's I don't exactly know how the right packages work. We get it every year. We have an exclusive rights deal with LSU, so we get it every year. It's at LSU, but when it's at Bama, somebody else has it. I don't know the answer to the other ones, honestly. I can't remember. But yeah, we can talk rights packages one day. It's an interesting game they play with all. It's different competitors. You got Westwood One and IMG Learfield and Compass, and it's a whole different ball game than the Foxes and CBSs and ESPNs that is played behind the scenes. A little bit lesser importance, but hey, bottom line, we get to broadcast a game and it's still fun to call a game. So it'll be fun. We have also an exclusive rights deal with Texas that we have been rooting for Texas all year, and they've been so close so many times, but yet have really let us down. And we might even have a worse game later on that's West Virginia, Texas, that I don't even want to start talking about how cold it's going to be in Morgantown.
Well, the atmosphere always looks good at Jack Trice Stadium. I'd like to go to a game there. It does seem like a pain to travel there.
No, I agree with that. It does seem good. It does. But I'm going to leave you this geography question for the day. What is the closest international airport to Morgantown, West Virginia? Any guesses?
To Morgantown?
I would say
Pittsburgh.
I would say
Pittsburgh. That is correct.
I was going to say Dulles.
I was going to go Dulles too.
Very impressive. Who got that right? I can't see.
Dunaway.
Of course.
Dunaway, you the man. I love that. I'm actually previewing next week. I'll get to see Notre Dame at Virginia. So at least I get a top 10 team there. That'll be fun. I've called one Notre Dame game, but never in person. I called one last year during the pandemic. So excited about that.
In the old days, we used to play rivalry games in college football, and Pittsburgh and West Virginia played the backyard brawl.
That's right.
Which is why I guess Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Well, there's the game within the game is the mad dash to the airport. I don't know if you all have ever seen that. I mean, and the TV guys are way better at it because they have police escorts. I mean, like we had 11 o'clock game, Wisconsin, Iowa, which that was another one that was interesting. It hypothetically should have been a game, but it turns out Iowa's terrible. Dan Orlovsky had a 3:55, and the game was at 11. And he made it easily. I mean, you got to respect the grind. I had a 5, and I was nervous. So that's the game within the game. Just a little side note, TV announcers always want to catch the very earliest plane possible. It's kind of a badge of honor thing that they try to schedule it as early as possible so they can brag to everyone about how close their connection is.
Wow. Wasn't Orlovsky on the Penn State, Illinois game?
He was, yeah. I bet he didn't get home that night.
I bet he didn't either.
That's a haul. All right, Barrett is presented each week by Gus's Fried Chicken. Great idea for your holiday office parties or grab a family meal on the way home. 2201 2nd Avenue South, GusFriedChicken.com. Thank you, Barrett. Enjoy the game.
Thanks, guys. Next week we talk about dark meat versus white meat. I'm very passionate about that, but we'll say that.
Oh, I look forward to that. All right. Barrett with us each week on the Pepsi Hotline, courtesy of Gus's Fried Chicken.
Well, I'm glad I started touring his office there. That led to a really interesting discussion, the final 9 minutes of the interview there. I like when we got off football there. I like that a lot. Hey, if you're beaten up right now by the fact that you may be getting a little older, and things aren't working exactly the way they used to work, or maybe you're not sleeping as well as you used to, your workouts aren't the same, it's time for you to visit my friends at the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabamians for low testosterone or ED. There are many different causes to erectile dysfunction, like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment, the very next day. Set up the appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. You may have a low testosterone problem if you've noticed trouble sleeping, your libido down, your workouts aren't the same, and maybe some depression. That could simply be just a low T problem. Get a free consultation right there, alabamamensclinic.com. That free consultation comes if you get a medical consultation, blood work done, and are advised to start a low T treatment. That visit to the office can be free. Get the details at alabamamensclinic.com. LT has trash coming up, but I wanted to give you a little Brian Snitker as we get ready to go to break here. I mean, you have to appreciate anybody who gives their life to a craft, right? And you would say if you did something 40-plus years and most of it not in the spotlight, you have dedicated your life to that craft, right?
Well, for 40 of the 45 years in that organization, nobody knew his name.
Yeah. And he was in, double A, single A, bullpen, bench coach. He did everything in that organization, but he was always in the Atlanta organization. And then last night he got to hold up the commissioner's trophy with confetti falling, and then he had this to say after the win.
Yeah, surreal. I spent the whole game not letting myself, especially when we scored runs, not letting myself get ahead of things, because knowing how quickly things can change. No, it's really, really good. Really good. My wildest dreams, I had never thought I'd be sitting up here talking to you guys.
Seems like a nice guy. I like seeing nice guys win.
And it started to sink in as I was watching it last night on the MLB Network. It started to sink in for him when he sat down up there at the podium, because there was still a lot going on. Still a lot going on the field, and you're getting moved from interview, you're doing the podium stuff, and then when he finally sat down, you could tell he'd had time to hug and spend time with his wife and some of his staff, and then when he sat down, that's when it really started to wash over him that they'll never be able not to call him world champion again.
Yeah, I mean, for Snitker, for Freddie Freeman, Alex Anthopoulos, though, was the architect that made those moves that we talked about in July. And the unfortunate thing was he had COVID and was unable to be there.
I didn't even know that. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. That's sad. All right, here we go. Trash when we come back. This is the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on-site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Cool weather is approaching, and now is the time to get your heating system checked out. Excalibur Services excels in all residential heating, cooling, or electrical problems or upgrades you may have in your home. Owned by a Marine veteran, Excalibur uses highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts to ensure the job is done correctly and in a timely manner. If you're looking for a company you can trust to do it right, call Excalibur today at 205-718-8688 or excaliburservice.com. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luganbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the Big Red Building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock, and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694, or visit them online at cowan.com.
The 11 o'clock hour of the next round, always brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. You can win your tailgate for the rest of the football season. Can you imagine a cold tailgate heated up with the best fried chicken in the world? Champy's world-famous fried chicken, fresh to order and worth the wait. Dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Champy'sChicken.com. Those Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales. We had a batch of those up here yesterday. Chicken on a stick. That's what I had for lunch yesterday. Po' boys, tenders, and all those fried chicken plates right there. You'll leave there planning your next visit. That's how good it is. Blues, Brews, and Bird is Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. All right, trash is coming up. Still to come, Todd Fuhrman at the top of the hour. Earlier, Wimp's with us. We've talked to Barrett, and we've also talked to Matt Hayes. If you're not a Dan Mullen fan and want somebody who will agree with you, Matt Hayes, podcasted at nextroundlive.com. Also right now at nextroundlive.com. Open a little earlier this week because Jim remembered to lay out the 6 games for our guys behind the glass. The Pick 6 is up and running right now at nextroundlive.com, brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. If you want to jump in there and go ahead and get your plays out of the way this week, you can do that starting now at nextroundlive.com all the way through kick time on Saturday morning when it shuts off, nextroundlive.com. But right now, trash time. Rockstar, hit it, man.
Thank you very much for giving me this. And I appreciate my fans also. My wife and my girlfriend. My wife. Sorry to say. I'm so sorry, my wife.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, and everyone likes to win every now and again. And with rates this low, buying a home with Mortgage Right is definitely a win. Mortgage Interest rates recently hit their lowest point ever. Don't miss out on your chance to take advantage of this historic moment. Who knows how long these rates will last? If you've been thinking about purchasing or refinancing a home, now is the time to act. With locations in every corner of the nation, Mortgage Right's team can help make the most of these great market conditions. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to start winning. Your winning journey begins with our friends at Mortgage Right. So we start first with some odd causes of death in London in 1632. Very specific year.
1632.
Yeah, they had a list. I mean, it was all these deaths, and these are ones that were highlighted that I thought were interesting.
Okay.
Well, anything rhyme with rack the jipper?
Jeez.
I think it was a little
Hey, so
earlier than
do you
that.
guys want to just guess on what the number one cause would be back in 1632?
Malaria.
I would have gone bubonic plague, the Black Death.
No. Consumption led the list.
Consumption of like alcohol?
1,797 people. I wonder how big London was. 50,000?
Could have been bigger. I would say that without regulations, you could jack up the way you produce alcohol to where it could be deadly. Yeah.
Age killed 628. Teeth killed 470.
Teeth?
Yeah,
How do teeth kill you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's
Probably the
Vampires?
bacteria just rotting.
Vampires.
because remember, if you don't have things to fight simple viruses,
Gingivitis?
I mean, you can die off the simplest what we would now call a simple disease.
Can you imagine how bad teeth were 400 years ago?
I really cannot.
Really, really bad. Close talkers too.
Not
worms,
Freddie Freeman. Did you see Freddie Freeman's teeth earlier? They're spectacular.
It looks like a mouthpiece.
Yeah.
Worms killed 27.
Worms?
Grief killed 11.
It was a bad day, man.
It really was. It was going to kill you.
Dead in the street 6. What is it?
We do not know.
We just found him.
Yep, he was dead.
That's number 3.
Yep.
This is becoming an epidemic.
How about this one?
More people in the street today.
I have heard, they've always called it the rich man's disease. I've heard it's miserable. Fortunately, I've never had it, but gout killed 4.
Why do they call that the rich man's disease?
Because it's usually, they used to think it was brought on by meat and alcohol.
Oh, okay.
By the way, consumption is TB, tuberculosis.
Well, why do they call it consumption?
I don't know. We thought it was alcohol, but apparently
Look at
it's
the brain
TB.
on Chad and Troy.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
I did not know that. I've learned something today.
And one vomiting killed one person.
Oh, that's a bad way to go right there.
Just one guy.
Got John Bonham, too.
Chris
Well, I think what caused him to vomit
And
was
Jimi
the-
Hendrix.
yeah.
Chris is prophetic. Gout sucks.
I've heard it. I know a few people that have had it. They say.
Can that be our next T-shirt?
Gout
for
sucks.
next round store. Gout sucks.
And then finally, one person was bit by a mad dog and killed in 1632 in
I'll
London.
get you every time.
TV got Doc Holliday.
It did, yep.
I mean, you guys on Freddie Freeman, he's a world champion. Vol Fan 205, his teeth are fake.
No, I think they're veneers.
Smub
but they're
23, they're veneers.
I'm sure they are.
I think they're real and spectacular.
Got humble brags for you guys.
Okay.
First one. All caps, money is not everything, exclamation. I can walk into any store, make any purchase without looking at the price. I can travel, eat at any restaurant, stay anywhere in the world without looking at the price. I can own a large home in a prestigious part of the city. I can own more than 1,700-acre ranch. Yet, is money the be-all, end-all for our existence? Question mark. Absolutely not! Exclamation.
I love that. I can list everything I can own, but money's not the end-all, be-all.
No.
I do agree. LT had an interesting proposition for our bracket challenge, or we like to call it Brown's payoff.
punishment.
Yeah,
yes.
the more we talked about it, it's not going to work.
Yeah,
Okay.
we thought about it, and I actually said Brown would be it's too easy for you to do this. What was your suggestion?
Well, I was talking about whoever loses the bracket challenge coming up this March. The loser has to post a humble brag every day on Twitter without saying the reason they're doing it.
That is kind of funny, though. I like that.
Yeah.
But they would be hard to come up with.
I thought you could nail it pretty quickly. I think you could 365 like that.
There we go.
I see what just happened.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
He did it without you there, too.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure he did.
Here's another
Brown will be good at that. It's good because
I
Brown's
would
going to
never
lose.
say anything behind your back. I wouldn't tell you to your face.
Right. All right.
If one more person asks me why my engagement ring is so big, double exclamation marks.
One more person.
What are you going to do?
Here's another one. Another humble brag. I've been recognized like 20 times today. What the hell is going on? Double question marks.
Sorry about your luck.
And the final humble brag. The problem with buying a big house is there's just so much to do. Living here the past few days, it's made me realize just how big this place is and how much work I will have to do to make it presentable.
That's right.
I sort of understand the smaller house appeal now.
I sort of understand it.
I don't want to dumb it down, but
I can see how you peasants work. Like, that sucks. Like, but y'all don't have to clean as much as I do.
Yeah, I mean, the guys are right, man. We'll go back to Jimbo Fisher. He did the old 2 ranches.
That's right. I got 2 ranches here.
Yeah, the humble brag.
I
right
ain't going
there.
anywhere. I got 2 ranches here.
Okay, sarcastically honest slogans that reveal the true nature of famous brands. These are pretty good. Tupperware. Have you ever wanted to throw away food, but just not now?
Refrigerate it, too.
I mean,
the roommate is the best at
That's
that.
perfect,
I'm
yeah.
like, why are you putting that up? You're not going to eat it again. And then a week later, I got to throw it out.
Yeah, but that's it. You always pull it. You have to go through every Tupperware and like, oh, that's not good anymore.
My brother and his family do this. Like, we'll go on vacation together. We'll go out to eat, and they always get to go. Or not to go, but the leftovers, right? And they take it back to the condo and they put it in the fridge and it gets in the way. You know what we do at the end of the vacation?
Throw it all away.
Clean all that out and throw it away.
Yeah,
Every bit of it.
I'm really bad about when I take home a doggy bag. Like, I'll eat this tomorrow or something. Inevitably, I'll get back and we'll start watching something on TV or start doing show notes. And I'm like, you know what would be good right now? The rest of that cheesecake or the other half of that pasta. And I'll end up eating it right then. It never makes it to the next day.
Okay, here's another sarcastically honest slogan. Gucci, being expensive is literally our entire marketing strategy.
It really is. Is it a better purse?
Nope.
Nope.
Doesn't look better. Probably doesn't operate better.
Nature Valley.
I agree.
Crumbs everywhere.
So true. That should be a challenge. You try to open a Nature Valley bar and not get a crumb down. You can't do it.
Well, we should do that one day. Just see who can eat the most popcorn in the shortest amount of time without dropping a piece of popcorn.
Impossible.
No,
I think that's
not me.
impossible.
I'll lose.
And Nature Valley is, I mean, right when you open that oats and honey, it's a good bar. But when you open it, like
10% of it.
71 pieces is going to fall out.
know,
When
it
you
just
take
explodes.
a bite, it does explode. Here's another one.
That's like eating a Taco Bell taco in the car. The minute you bite it, the lettuce just goes everywhere.
The hard shell?
Yeah, the hard shell.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
I mean, it breaks into
It
7,000
does.
pieces.
You got zero hope in a car.
Wonder what the percentage of soft shells to hard shells ordered. It's got to be 75-25
Well, I'm
now,
more of
right?
a soft shell guy, but occasionally I'm just like, I'd like a hard shell.
No, see, I prefer the taste of the hard shell, but I always go soft shell because it holds together.
Yep.
Target, the upper class Walmart. La Quinta.
Don't tell that to my wife.
This one's good. La Quinta, Spanish for next to Denny's.
I've always heard that. Yeah, that's an old joke.
Yeah.
And then Fruit Loops. They're all the same flavors.
They really are. Yeah. I like them though.
Have you guys ever ghosted? Well, I know you haven't because you have been in a relationship with Jen forever.
That's right. Going back to
Rockstar,
high school.
you don't seem like a ghoster.
No, I think I've been part of a simultaneous ghost. Like, we just both decided to stop talking to each other.
Yeah, I've ghosted some people recently. You two haven't, but I have.
Wow.
I've never, I don't think, ghosted anybody. Have you?
I'm too old to have ghosted anybody. We didn't. I mean, you either had to dial them up and they had to answer the phone.
You didn't have the intestinal fortitude to ghost. That's what you didn't do. You gave in.
And men who end relationships by ghosting, suddenly cutting off all communication, for those that might not know what ghosting is, tend to have the dark personality traits of somebody that is a narcissist.
Dang.
Now, they say researchers from the University of Purdue in Italy surveyed 341 U.S. adults about ghosting and tested their personality traits. They found 51% of the participants reported having ghosted someone that ended the relationship exhibit Machiavellian and narcissistic traits.
It's not narcissistic in my case. Let me explain myself without using names here. This is a situation, and you guys all know the situation, where somebody is trying to be fake. They want to say a bunch of crap about us on one side and then be all Johnny friendly on the other side. I ain't playing that game. I'm just not going to play the game. So it's not that I'm ghosting or I'm narcissistic. I just don't have time for people that are going to be fake like that. If you want to say it to my face. Call me up. Tell me what you got to say, and that's fine. But don't say it behind my back and then be Mr. Nice Guy to my face. I ain't playing that.
Okay, well, don't say that I didn't ghost. I haven't been reached out to.
Okay. It was an error on your part.
No, it wasn't an error. It was an error on the roommate and somebody else's part.
Yeah, passive aggressive, Jim would have said. It seems like you'd be really good at this, LT.
And ghosting?
Yeah. Because
that's one of my faults is I check my text and I return even people that I don't know. I return text.
I try to as well.
I don't. I forget. I mean, I'll read it and then forget.
How about this? We've got a Leonardo DiCaprio lookalike. By the way, watched The Departed again yesterday.
Good flick.
Oh, so good.
He's such a good actor.
He really is.
You know, when the roommate fell asleep when Queenland got thrown off the building, like when everything is about to go down.
Yeah.
She fell asleep?
Yeah.
In that movie?
I mean, she does wake up at 5 a.m. and drives across the state.
So anyway, we've got a Leo lookalike.
I mean, she works her butt off.
No, that's
Been told how the COVID pandemic wrecked his dreams of stardom. Roman Burstev, 39 years old, found fame 2016 because of his resemblance of the Hollywood superstar, the doppelganger. Started getting work as a model, including advertisements where he posed as Leo and gave interviews to the press about his newfound fame.
Well, it may be the lighting, but he looks like chunky Leo in that.
That's what he
Oh,
admits.
wow.
He
Okay.
admits he's a little hefty.
Yeah, okay.
That's Ricky Gervais and Leo had a kid.
That's right. Ricky Gervais playing Leonardo DiCaprio at the 88th Annual Academy Awards.
Now, he went on to say that the coronavirus pandemic has thwarted his plans for international fame. Quote, the problems began with the introduction of restrictions in April of 2020, and now people have forgotten all about me. God.
Look at him do it. Go back to the one where he's doing the Revenant. That's actually pretty funny. Yeah.
When he's under the skin.
The Friday, Saturday morning's perfect.
Wow. Yeah, he's under the bear skin in one of those. He's doing the Revenant. Oh, wow. It's funny.
Anyway, he said
life
it
is
pretty
so
much
good.
killed it.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, great life. Is that trash?
That's trash, Jim.
That's trash right there. Brought to you by.
I really don't think that guy would have made it, pandemic or not. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Home means so much more this time of year, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to make sure you're home for the holidays. That's why you need to check them out today. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR. Getting a mortgage is a necessity in the home buying process for many, but it doesn't have to be a hassle. Mortgage Right gives you the tools, information, and expertise to help make home buying happen. Again, go online today, mortgageright.com/TNR.
Of course, Leo did like to eat in that, what was the movie where he was the big money maker? He wasn't leaving.
Wolf of Wall Street.
Wolf of Wall Street. He was a big eater in that, too.
I don't think he really ate much, did he?
Didn't one scene. That is trash. We got more coming up. Stay with us.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Golf is hard enough as it is. Golf actually should be fun and enjoyable. That's where Official Golf Tees comes in. Official Golf Tees is the place to go for punny golf apparel. Quality golf apparel with a sense of humor. To check out the fun, go to officialgolftees.com for the latest in golf t-shirts and hats. Quality and fun apparel priced for everyone. Again, check them out on their website, officialgolftees.com. Relax and swing hard in case you hit it. officialgolftees.com. If you need to move, you only need 2 men and a truck. Local or long distance, they can pack it, load it, move it, unload it, and arrange it when you get there. See more details at twomenandatruck.com or call the Tuscaloosa Northport location, 205-614-8522, 205-614-8522. And guess what? You can get a free quote on your moving cost up front, to or from campus, from your apartment to your next home, or from Tuscaloosa to L.A. Your next move starts and ends with twomenandatruck.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes. Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Dale's Seasoning started right here in Birmingham, Alabama, and now it's #1 in America. And now they've got a new product. It's the Gold Label from Dale's Seasoning, a new condiment-style product. You can dip it, dunk it, or pour it on your burgers, chicken fingers, steaks, and French fries. You guys wanted it, and Dale's delivered. It's available in stores throughout the Southeast. It's a fast, fun, and easy way to enjoy Dale's at your tailgate or cookout. Dale's Seasoning, the new Gold Label. You got to try it.
Football season is now in full swing, and you need to be winning with us at lanceslock.com. You get the free lock during the show, but get even more with a subscription at lanceslock.com. Get Lance's full slate of college football games every Saturday, as well as Sunday's NFL, all with the same subscription. No complicated or expensive weekend packages. Get everything. All leagues, every day. Only $90 a month, breaking down to $3 a day. If you want to win this football season, jump on your phone, tablet, or computer right now and go to lanceslock.com and get on board with us.
Back with you in the Next Round. Our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling, swung by here yesterday. It was nice seeing them up here in the beautiful Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, high atop the Blue Lake Center. If you're looking to drink responsibly and enjoy a nice cocktail tonight, Redmond Vodka.
Yeah, they are having some exciting stuff going on with our friends at the locally owned and operated Redmond Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today.
Braves win the World Series. Georgia, Alabama, Michigan, and Oregon, your top 4 teams in the college football rankings last night. Clay Helton's the coach at Georgia Southern, and JD from Huntsville is up next with us on the phones. What's up, JD?
Hey, guys, I got a question for you. Can a curse be lifted due to double karma?
I'll need an example. Give me an example.
All right, so everybody knows about the Atlanta curse. I grew up in Atlanta, know all about it. The double karma is the Astros are cheaters.
Okay.
So they deserve to lose.
Right.
And the All-Star game got pulled from Atlanta.
Interesting.
Double karma.
Maybe that's how it happened.
The old double karma.
Yeah. What's even more interesting is what if Georgia wins the national championship in the same year the Braves have won World Series?
A lot of Georgia fans I talk to, they're all feeling a little bit better now because they think the curse is lifted. But I'm just wondering, is it just a temporary curse that's lifted in this certain circumstance because of Houston and because, Major League Baseball, what they did with the All-Star game? I don't know.
Yeah.
Got another question for you about the poll last night.
Okay.
Okay, if Alabama wins out there in the playoff,
yes,
right,
correct.
everybody agrees with that. And Georgia will be in too because they just have the one loss. Is
Correct.
that accurate?
If they don't lose anywhere else, I agree with you.
You would have if Alabama beats Georgia in the championship game, and there's no other losses involved. Alabama's your 1 seed, Georgia's your 3 seed.
Okay. If Oregon wins out, I know you don't think they will. I'm just saying if they win out, they're in. They can't drop if they.
Well, you would agree with that, right, Lance? You don't like Oregon, but if they win every other game, they're in.
Oregon's going to get. Well, you say that.
Well, they're in right now. How are they going to fall out?
Yeah, they're going to fall out
because Ohio State could jump them.
Right, Ohio State can jump them, and
if they don't lose, you think?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Let me finish. If Ohio State and Michigan State play in the Big Ten, whichever team wins, they're in. Right.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's your 4.
Yeah,
Alabama,
you're probably
Georgia.
right.
Okay, so you could have a possibility of 3 undefeated conference champions don't make the playoff.
That is a possibility.
Cincinnati, Oklahoma,
and Wake.
And Wake.
Yep.
Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I think all those will probably lose except for Cincinnati. But the fact that that's a possibility is if that were to happen, how fast would they just rip this thing up? No, we're changing next year, expanding it to 12.
Very
quick.
Yeah, especially so you'd have 2 SECs in it too.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody is going to be upset if we go to 8 or 12. Right? As an Alabama person, you're not going to be upset if you go to 8 or 12. That gives you a little bit more runway to work with throughout the season, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think you're going to complain if you're a group of 5 team because that's the only way you're going to get in if we go to 8 or 12. And if you're the ACC or the Pac-12, you're not going to complain because that's your best chance of getting in every year is have an automatic bid somehow. So nobody's going to complain if whatever happens this year does blow up the system.
One more observation from last night. Let me quickly remind you, though, you got to have insurance. May as well be getting the best insurance for the best price. Do an insurance checkup now with the Standard for Insurance Agency, 664-3200, 664-3200, standardforinsurancegroup.com. Have your coverages and what you're paying when you call that number, and let them run an insurance checkup, see if they can do what they did for me, and that's save. 664-3200. I thought Joey Galloway looked like an idiot saying if Alabama loses again, they're still in this thing. I mean, what an idiotic statement that was.
I mean, there are scenarios that could play out that if Alabama did lose.
But he was saying if they lost to Georgia, like they're a 2-loss non-conference champion.
Yeah, no.
There's no way.
If they have not lost and they lose to Georgia in the SEC championship game, and it's a certain type of game, and there's been chaos everywhere else, there is a chance they could be in there.
Oh, it's going to have to be. I mean, chaos is not the word.
It is, and that's why we've said from the beginning of the show, and most of you said it last night. It didn't matter whether Alabama was ranked 2 or 6 last night. Their path is as straightforward as win them all, and you're in. They're not going to keep you out. Lose one, and there's a good chance you're going to be left out.
Yeah, look, again, I'm going to be naive because I said I'm never going to back a power or a Group 5 team again in this thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if Cincinnati wins out and Alabama loses to Georgia, there's no way a 2-loss Alabama team that just lost is going to get in front of Cincinnati.
I don't think that's the case. I mean, I would agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't think that would happen.
Yeah, so I don't think there's any path for Alabama if they don't win out.
I thought Joey Galloway was crazy, and everybody on the panel disagreed with him immediately, and then he tried to double down on it.
I'm not shocked by that, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, I do think it would be an enormous amount of strange events happening that they could, but I think most Alabama fans would tell you right now they don't think they're the best. They don't think they're the second best team in the country. I don't think Alabama fans would tell you they think they're the second best team in the country.
I think you're wrong about that.
Oh, I don't.
No, I think most people think Alabama's second best team in the country.
I think most Alabama fans think they're second best.
I think most college football people.
I mean, who do you think they think is?
Well, I put Alabama down last week, but I think a lot of people would say that with the things they've had happen this year, looking at the defense and such, that they think this Alabama team has some flaws. Has some
but
crap.
I think they look at the rest of football and say who's second best. I mean
the only other argument you make is Ohio State.
Ohio State.
That's
right?
it.
And then I my other point was going to be, I think a lot of Alabama fans would say that if they lost another game, they don't really deserve to be in there either.
I do think they feel that way. Yeah.
I mean, you've won enough championships. You've been in this enough. You don't want this thing watered down to where a 2-loss team is in this thing, really.
They probably talked about this, and I just missed it last night. But what is the furthest down a team has ever come from?
Oh, I've got that. Let's go. I want to do that next hour because there's an interesting.
Because Auburn's 13, and I still believe, and somebody said it last time on the broadcast. Don't think Auburn can get in this.
Interesting story.
Auburn wins out there in.
Our show is being brought to you in part by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, look, I wore the contacts for years. I was wasting money on contacts and solution. I finally went in to see Dr. Mort Michelson. I scheduled that hassle-free consultation, which I really think you should do right now if you wear the contacts or glasses. 969-8100 after going in. Finding out that I was a candidate for LASIK. I got the procedure done. It's been almost 20 years. I've got 2015 vision better than 2020. Stop procrastinating. Holidays are here. Give yourself this present. Give it to somebody else. Give them the gift of sight. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to take care of you. You can also go online for more information. MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you. So it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Say you had the greatest job in the world, which everyone knows is crafting pumpkin fresh frozen custard desserts at Culver's. Here would be your typical day. Pour farm fresh dairy into the custard maker and run continuously all day. Add real pumpkin puree and pumpkin pie spice, then craft our pumpkin spice shake or salted caramel pumpkin concrete mixer. Yum! Serve with a great big pumpkin lovin' smile.
Just like that, pumpkin's back at Culver's, but not for long. Welcome to Delicious.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees, from residential to commercial. One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. What does that mean? It means you are the reason they have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. ERA King believes a culture focused on building value in their agents produces big value for their clients and their families. To find your agent, text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Bromberg's this holiday season. Great place to go. LT unpacked that Bromberg's gift for us earlier. He thinks, was it 11 that you got up to? Possibly 11 games of unranked beating ranked this weekend?
Yeah, I think there's a possibility that could happen. Again, we had 6 happen last week, 6 of the 9 we talked about, so we'll see what happens. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has the extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop at their online store for the holidays right now. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, let's go to the Pepsi hotline. Our guy Todd Fuhrman, bettheboardpodcast.com, and Outkick is with us there on the Pepsi hotline. Fuhrman, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing very well this morning, gentlemen. How are you boys holding up?
Doing fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. There has been breaking news that Aaron Rodgers is going to be out because of COVID and his vaccination status, which is an interesting development. But aside from all of that, what does that do immediately to a line in Vegas as they play a Kansas City Chiefs team that has been almost entirely impossible to predict?
Yeah, this game is kind of ping-ponged all over the place. You originally had Kansas City a modest 2.5-point favorite on a look-ahead number. Of course, Kansas City goes out there in front of a nationally televised game on Monday night, and suddenly the luster is off them a little bit. They reopen as a 1-point favorite. You see Green Bay move into a 1-point favorite. And now with Aaron Rodgers being unavailable for this weekend's game, Kansas City pretty much a 7-point favorite across the board. The totals also come down a full touchdown from 55.5 down to 48. And it begs the question, what kind of glimpse into the future are we going to see with Jordan Love? Have to imagine it's a steady dose of Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon to keep the ball away from that Kansas City offense.
Furman, I much more trust Vegas than I do the College Football Playoff Committee. So let's go to the rankings last night. I just want to ask you where your power rankings are on these teams. Michigan State, Oregon, Cincy, Oklahoma, Notre Dame. Those 5 teams. Michigan State, Oregon, Cincy, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, because they're all over the top 10.
Well, I think this would surprise some people. We are actually higher on Cincinnati than almost anybody in terms of where we see them in the national landscape. So if I kind of run through the top 10, Georgia, Alabama, you can split hairs there in terms of who you want to have atop the heap. Ohio State at number 3, Oklahoma at number 4, Cincinnati number 5, and things get a little bit more muddled after that. But Michigan State does not get a cup of coffee anywhere close to our top 10 any more than Wake Forest does or a couple of those other teams. Now, the thing with Michigan State and Wake Forest, I have no problem with the committee putting them where they did, because if they win out, they're going to have a chance to create a pathway to the college football playoff for themselves. The same can be said about Oklahoma, whose resume would look substantially stronger if they're able to win their final 3 regular season games and a Big 12 conference championship. Where I have some issues is with Cincinnati, who at this point in the season would actually be favored against Oregon on a neutral. I would have it very close to a pick-em against Oklahoma, but they have no clear path to getting into the mix, and somehow they're being penalized because Indiana's had a season where they struggled. They went on the road. They beat a Notre Dame team that can very well finish at 11-1, and it's not by happenstance that SMU and Houston are omitted from the top 25. Meanwhile, a Minnesota Golden Gophers team, gentlemen, who lost as nearly a 4-touchdown favorite to the college football power powerhouse known as Bowling Green somehow slots in at number 20 to bolster Ohio State's resume.
Todd Fuhrman's on the Pepsi hotline. You see the selection committee rankings there as you were talking. I'm interested to know what you think of Oklahoma right now and the Sooners, because they are a perennial team that if you look at the lowest to ever make it into the playoffs, they're dotted there since 2014. So usually you just find where the Sooners are and then work your way up for all the contenders. Oklahoma's at 8. Is that a good place for them?
You know, I don't think it's the best place for them, because clearly if every team above them were to hold serve, they may not have a clear path. But at the same time, the strength of Oklahoma's schedule is going to come on the back end, where you're talking about road trips to Stillwater for Bedlam, a road trip to Waco to take on a very good Baylor team, and a home date against Iowa State. So Oklahoma has done what they could with a schedule that leaves a lot to be desired through the first 9 weeks of the season. We know this offense looks that much more dynamic with Caleb Williams under center than it ever did with Spencer Rattler. But what I find fascinating with the Sooners is they're actually close to a $2 favorite to get into the college football playoff right now on FanDuel Sportsbook. But why it's so important to shop around, you could play a moneyline rollover with Oklahoma over its next 4 games. It's going to pay a hell of a lot better than minus $1.75. And I don't see a scenario where Oklahoma would get into the college football playoff if they finish the regular season 12-1 as a Big 12 champion.
Todd Fuhrman is with us. Alabama is, where are they right now? 28.5? Is that about where it is in Vegas?
Yep, a shade more than 4 touchdowns, 28.5, 29.5, kind of in that no man's land, so to speak.
Yeah, so I was just thinking about this before you came on. Vandy, Alabama would be a bigger favorite over Vandy. Alabama would be a bigger favorite over South Carolina. Is that where it ends as far as SEC teams go?
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at the pecking order, there's no doubt that those two teams are at the bottom of the rungs. And, you know, if I pull up my numbers now that you put me on the spot, I'm kind of curious to see what I would make a Vanderbilt-Alabama game. Honestly, my Rob number here, and I don't think the market would ever open this way, would be 51.5.
Whoa. If Bama played Vandy, it would be 51.5?
Well, that's what the true number would be. Now, you obviously have to adjust down a little bit based on perception and the fact that Alabama probably wouldn't put their foot on the accelerator from start to finish. But we are heading to a situation where Alabama is going to be a massive favorite against New Mexico State in their de facto let's play everybody except the cheerleaders and peanut vendors game. And New Mexico State power rate substantially lower than where Vanderbilt is. I would be stunned if books actually opened that in the high 50s, but a true number there, if you assumed Alabama actually wanted to play in that game, would probably be more in line with the low 60s.
Yeah, I find it amazing that LSU has fallen to the point that I can only make an argument, maybe Missouri, but South Carolina, Vandy, maybe Missouri are the only teams that the line would be bigger than, and this is an Alabama-LSU game, and that's just astounding to me.
You know, and it's even crazier when you look at it from an historical context standpoint. It was only 2 years ago, that LSU had one of the best college football teams of all time with Joe Burrow and company. And what I found absolutely fascinating is Alabama's players, that's all they're talking about, is how they felt disrespected for the game that they lost in their own building to that LSU national championship team. This is one of the first times for as long as I've been coming on with you guys where I actually think Alabama is undervalued based on name recognition for LSU. I know the market is at 29.5. We make it closer to 5 touchdowns, and it's something that I haven't been able to say all that often where you don't have to pay a premium if you want to back the Crimson Tide.
Fuhrman, I'm like you, man. I didn't have a problem. I thought Michigan State would be number 3 coming into last night. But you guys are like me. You're bullish on Michigan State because I think this number this weekend is perfect. They're 6-1 against the number. They find ways to cover. I cannot believe I laid the 4 with Michigan last week and they blew that lead. But I'm back in Purdue again this weekend. I don't know where you are on this game.
You know, this number I actually think is fair. And, LT, you followed these betting markets a lot longer, probably than most of the listeners out there. Years ago, you'd look at this spot, and you would have been able to get Purdue at a 5.5, 6-point underdog. But books have grown much more sophisticated in terms of building in that situational spot. They're kind of forcing you, okay, if you want to take the underdog, and there's no doubt that it suggests with the number alone that Purdue is the side, there's just not a whole lot of wiggle room as far as that point spread itself is concerned. When you look at Purdue, their strength has to be stopping Kenneth Walker, forcing Peyton Thorne to beat you over the top. Some questions about the health of Michigan State's receiving core. But on the other side of the ball, can Purdue find ways to scheme David Bell open? Because the big issue with the Boilers is they have no ground game to speak of. 128th in the country right now in terms of rushing yards per game. But I'm right there with you. It's Purdue or pass, and there is a much better chance this game closes 2.5 than it ever gets to 3.5.
Auburn Ole Miss was a great atmosphere. Auburn got a big win. Now they're on the road at Texas A&M. It obviously has national implications again this week, 13th and 14th in the rankings. What do you make of the Tigers now as they hit the road against the Ags?
Well, first things first, I want to give Derek Mason a ton of credit because this was a guy at Vanderbilt who I don't think they could run out of town fast enough given what he wasn't able to achieve as the head man for the Commodores. But you look at what he's done in just a handful of games as Auburn's defensive coordinator. And in the last 7 games, Auburn has allowed a grand total of 17 points in the fourth quarter, which includes 5 games without allowing a single point. And you look at the success rate for opposing offenses, they continue to get worse as the game goes on. So clearly Derek Mason is recognizing things and making adjustments on the fly. The problem I have here in this game, which concerns me a little bit for Auburn, can they move the football consistently against this Texas A&M defensive front? Typically, this late in the year, I'll upgrade teams coming in off of bye by about 1.5 points. I think Jimbo, of all SEC coaches, maybe other than Nick Saban, is going to get the most out of his team with that extra week to prepare. So when I look at this game, slight case to be made for Texas A&M if Zach Calzada can give them a little bit of balance. But I don't see a whole lot of wiggle room. I actually made the game 5.5. So at 3.5, 4, it doesn't give me a whole lot of opportunity to try and make a bet in this one.
I brought up non-quarterback making a huge line difference last week with Devontae Adams in that Green Bay, Arizona game. What are we seeing right now? Derrick Henry out against the Rams.
So Derrick Henry by himself, I'd make a 2-point adjustment. And, of course, that's subject to change based on how Tennessee wants to run their offense through a physically imposing running back that has no true comparison other than Christian McCaffrey in the National Football League right now. We'll see what Jeremy McNichols and Adrian Peterson look like. But the bigger issue at hand here is that Tennessee might not just be down one key cog in their offense. It could be down 2 if Julio Jones is unavailable. And then we get into the cluster injuries where the Rams no longer have to scheme for 3 weapons. They just have to focus on 1 in A.J. Brown. And as everyone knows all too well, they have the perfect cornerback to do so in Jalen Ramsey, which would make it very tough sledding. So I don't think the market has adjusted probably enough for Henry's absence, but when you're talking about moving a spread around a key number, that's part of the reason that you saw the price open as low as 6, tick out to 6.5, and sit in 7.5. Books are going to have ample opportunity to either move this number up through no man's land to 9.5, or to come back if there is a huge appetite for the Tennessee Titans here catching more than a touchdown.
All right, go follow Fuhrman on Twitter, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter, bettheboardpodcast.com, and you can also see him at Outkick. He has Todd Fuhrman on the Pepsi Hotline. Thank you, Fuhrman. Enjoy the games.
Thank you, gentlemen. You guys do the same, and best of luck with your picks this weekend.
All right, buddy. You too. Take care. Todd Fuhrman with us every week at this time.
Gaston says LT is crusty because he lost the house on the Astros last night. Actually, no, he gave out the Braves. If you follow lanceslock.com.
I'm not crusty.
Lanceslock.com there if you want the plays there, and he gives out a lock every day. We'll do that later in the show in a 3 and out. Part of our show today is being brought to you by the great folks at Backyard Adventures. BackyardAlabama.com is the website. You can go build your own play set there and check out pricing and everything. I can tell you several things up front about Backyard Adventures. First off, the quality of the product that you're buying, the actual play set, playground, is fantastic. I bought one for my kids when they were small, stayed with them all the way through their teenage years. Then we resold it at that point to another family. They'll come and set it up for you. They'll move it for you. They'll take it down for you when you're done. They take care of landscaping. They'll do a maintenance program to keep it looking brand new year after year. It actually adds value to your house, especially when you have when it's time to sell your house. You have people buying the house that have young kids. They go and look, man, they've already got a backyard adventure. You know, you can jack the price up a little bit more on that home. So it's a great investment for your house. Get more details by going to backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, or calling 205-408-4FUN. 205-408-4FUN. That's our friends with Backyard Adventure, backyardalabama.com. A lot more of college football in the World Series celebration, but we want to celebrate a second right here. Your dog, Ladybird. Now, you've got 2 beautiful children, but Ladybird, you love dogs. You've had some great dogs in your life, but this one is very special as well. You and the roommate. We got some pictures of Ladybird. I do not remember. Go back. Can we go back to that first one? Are we on a sequence? That first one of Ladybird, I do not remember her being that small, but I know she was. But they grow up so fast, Brown. Was that an acai bowl that Lady Bird was eating?
So they
should have had to fight for
No,
that.
they do the puppuccinos if you go to Starbucks.
What is
okay.
that?
Yeah.
So if you order a Starbucks, I'm not a Starbucks guy. Roommate is a Starbucks person, and so if Lady Bird's with her, she gives her a puppuccino, which is just a cup of cream. They love them though.
For $3.95, presumably.
That's my favorite one. You walk in the dog with the pink tennis shoes.
Hey, look at
on.
that! Happy birthday, mother puppers.
Oh my!
That's the one. I don't remember her being that little.
Yeah, that was at the roommate's parents, and she tore the ass out of their plants.
Clearly.
But she used to, when we took her to creative, she got really good. She stopped chewing all the stuff, and the only thing she does now is she will jump on people out of excitement, but she's become a great dog. She is 3 today, so she's legal.
She's 3, so in
all right.
puppy years, she's 21,
Yeah,
right?
cool. Yeah.
That puppuccino can have some alcohol in it now.
Yeah, it can. But anyway, happy birthday, Lady Bird. Excited to celebrate later today. She will be at Odie's Team Trivia tonight. If you want to meet Lady Bird, she will be there tonight.
Are you really seriously taking the dog?
Hey, is that a purebred?
Oh, no. You've been there before when Lady Bird's there, right?
I have.
She's come like 4 or 5 times probably.
It's going to be cold sitting outside, though.
Yeah, she doesn't mind. She's Hungarian.
Does she sit outside or does she come inside?
I don't think you can come inside, can you?
Yeah, she's a comfort dog. She is, isn't she?
She is a little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
I thought
But
legally.
yeah, she can come inside.
What's it
Okay.
called? Is it not comfort dog? What's it called?
It's called a service
That's what
dog.
service dog.
She's a service dog.
So she'll bring me a drink?
No, but the roommate will. Back in a moment of the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. I'm Jim Dunaway, and one thing I've learned about ERA King Real Estate is they believe every client deserves to be represented by an expert. That's why they invest so much in technology and training for their agents. You can be sure that your local agent has experience in your market, up-to-the-minute real estate resources, and top-notch negotiating skills. Text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King. They work hard to make home buying easy. Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously. But as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh, yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
When it comes to something as important as the roof over your head, you want to make sure you're using a company you can trust. Ryan Brown here for the next round. That company is Cardinal Roofing. And don't just take my word for it. They've got more than 500 5-star reviews on Google. They don't just give those away. Cardinal Roofing is your storm damage experts. They provide a 3-year leak-free guarantee, and they finish most of their jobs in a single day. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Cardinal Roofing, your storm damage experts.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, 1 collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
Lock of the day every day here on the show is brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Construction and also IronMountainWorld.com, Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. You can get all that service from our friend Jeremy Purvis and the guys there. LT, give us a lock, and I'll tell you more about Iron Mountain World.
So, went action last night and played Toledo. Really disappointed that Toledo's sitting at 4-5. I thought they were going to be much better this year. They were playing an Eastern Michigan team that loves to go up and down the field. You saw that last night. Anyway, we lost that. We ended up being 2-2 on the night. We did have the Braves. We're going back action tonight. Northern Illinois at 6-2, 4-0. In MAC play this year, they had to take on Kent State on the road. Dick Stadium, by the way, D-I-X Stadium. Kent State, though, has been really good at home this year. They're 3-0, outscoring their opponents 135-68.
Hard to get a ticket there?
They are 9-1 their last 2 years at home. I like Kent State minus the 3.5, handing the Huskies their first MAC loss of the year.
Yeah, big game there, and could be a precursor to the MAC championship game. That is the lock, brought to you by Iron Mountain Construction. They're committed to safely supporting the operation of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget, small capital construction work. They can help you with extra plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators. You can call Jeremy Purvis in the office. Jeremy Purvis in the office at 205-781-1170. That's 781-1170. And see all their plumbing at IronMountainWorld.com as well. We're about to do 3 and Out. We'll give you some more Braves celebration before the show is done at the top of the hour. Also, we'll talk a little bit more about the selection committee's first rankings before it's all said and done. But I do want to remind you, Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6 is up live a little earlier this week, right there at nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com. We were 6 perfect scores yesterday.
I think that's right. It was 8.
8 perfect scores, 6-0, so 8 more people in there. I think that gets us to around 82 people who have qualified for the Week 13 championship round, so still time for you to get in there. You only have to play 1 week at nextroundlive.com. All right, here we go. It's time for 3 and Out. LT has those queued and ready to go, and it's brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, make sure anything you need, bumper to bumper, if you want to winterize that car, take it to our guys at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, locally owned and operated. 4 great locations. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Who gets to the playoffs first, Deshaun Watson or Zach Wilson?
Zach Wilson. I'm going to go... I'm going to go to Deshaun Watson. That's an impossible question to answer. I don't know why Lance asks us these questions, Jim. That's impossible.
Here's the reason I ask. Really listening more on the Houston broadcast this past week against the Rams, I think Deshaun Watson is going to end up settling. I don't think he's going to do any criminal time, and I think he might have to sit another year out.
The reports are he doesn't want to settle because he sees that as an admission of guilt, and he maintains his innocence.
But I think ultimately you listen to your attorneys, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you've got good ones.
If you've got good ones, ultimately you listen to them, and I think they're going to get to the point where, Kobe Bryant had that admission of guilt where he had that settlement in Eagle County, Colorado years and years ago. He survived that. what they've got to tell him, if you're really not guilty, I mean, it sucks, but pay the money. You might have to sit out another year with the NFL, but you're still only 26 years old, and he is a great quarterback.
2 years on the shelf, you think he can come back and be what he was?
I think at 26, if he's still working out, yeah. I mean, he's still young.
I think
Tom Brady is 44 years old.
You can't be
but he's played every year.
I get that.
You can't be definitive about this, but I feel like if he could have settled them, they would have traded him. So, but the reason you can't be definitive is if Houston thought, apparently this is what happened to the Dolphins, once Houston thought he was able to settle them, they went up on their price.
Did Zach lose his job in the Jets, or did he not play because
Mike
of,
White?
Or did he not play because of injury?
He was injured.
He's injured.
Yeah.
He's
Okay.
injured for the next couple of weeks, but Mike White in that system played extremely well.
But Wilson has not been great.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah.
It was good early, like first weekend.
First or two.
I'll go to Deshaun Watson.
I would go to Sean, too.
Second down.
Okay, who gets to a bowl first? Clay Helton and Georgia Southern or Vanderbilt?
Oh, Georgia Southern. I mean, you could.
I mean, you're right. Surprisingly, the Sun Belt has a lot of bowl ties.
Yeah. And I mean, you could probably. I don't know. What do you think the minimum record for a Sun Belt team to get to a bowl? 7-5.
7-5.
So I mean, you go 7-5, get to a bowl game.
Yeah,
You think Clark Lee
playing
never-
Montgomery or Mobile?
So let me ask you guys: do you think Clark Lee ever gets Vanderbilt to 6 wins?
I do not know.
I don't either.
No.
It shows you even what Bobby Johnson was able to do there.
Yeah,
right?
but the gap in recruiting, and like you said, it's hard to even say this, but the gap from Vanderbilt and everyone else is recruiting. Even South Carolina and such just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
It does.
Yep.
What do you think Bobby Johnson's best record at Vanderbilt was?
5-7.
Yeah, I would say 5
5
and
and
6.
He
6.
had a 7-6. They went to the Music City Bowl
Wow.
in 2008. A 7-6.
They deserved better than playing in their hometown there. That was a good bowl.
I know he was 29-66 in his time there.
And you know what's not helping?
It's not terrible.
You know what's not helping as well for Vanderbilt is the fact that a program like UAB is moving up in conference, right? So there's another option. If they're stealing somebody from the state of Alabama to, hey, go play Vandy, UAB now a lot more attractive. Go play at UAB and win more games than go to Vandy and get your brains beat in all the time.
Yeah.
So I think the fact that you get some more programs that are growing up around the southern footprint to higher quality of leagues, that doesn't help Vandy either.
Third down.
So it's been 14 years for Tennessee now, or 15 years. It's only been 2 years for LSU, but I'll ask the question anyway. Next team to beat Alabama, would you guys go LSU or Tennessee?
So of those two,
Tennessee, at the end of the day, will have played them far more competitively in Bryant-Denny this year than LSU will have at the end of the day.
I would agree with that.
So,
of course, you say that they still won by 28 and covered.
They did, but I think if you look at that game, Tennessee played Alabama competitively for a large portion of that game. LSU will never be competitive in this game. I don't think. I think Alabama
ever again.
No.
Oh,
this
this
Saturday.
week. Okay.
No, I think Alabama blows their doors off
but
from the beginning.
I think. Do we agree that some people have said this about Jeremy Pruitt? But do we agree that Heupel seems like he might be the guy for at least the next 5 years?
I don't know yet.
Well, I mean, he's
Too
doing better than Brown expected him to do.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not. He hasn't recruiting built yet, so it's hard to say that.
But LSU is going to recruit. We know that, but you've got to rebuild.
I don't know
now
who the
if you're
coach
LSU.
is. I think I'd probably go Tennessee.
I probably would go LSU, coach unseen.
Fourth down.
Probably agree with you. Roseanne Barr, 68 years old today.
Looks good.
Better career, Roseanne Barr or Chris Paul?
Chris Paul, the basketball player?
CP3, yeah.
Okay.
Chris Paul, the State Farm insurance agent.
Well, I saw Chris Paul, the guitar designer.
That's Les
That's
Paul.
Les Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chris
but
Paul.
Chris back in the shop.
The visual was the best.
Oh, okay, Chris Paul. Better career.
Well, it's bad enough when the name of your show is your name and you're the star, and they get rid of you because of statements, but then the show is still succeeding. Like it didn't drop
That's right,
off.
it didn't drop off at all.
But it was really successful the first run too.
Right, but I'm saying.
But they
it's-
called it the Connors now, right?
Yeah, but it's Roseanne without Roseanne. It's like basically Seinfeld's not on here anymore. We just have the other guys.
Yeah,
And
they
like-
had to
and it-
rebrand it.
Well, The
but-
Office was able to do that too. I mean, because The Office really was Steve Carell.
Yes.
I'm
I'll
going
go
to
Chris
say
Paul.
better career is, I mean, unpopular, but I'm going to say Roseanne Barr.
Yeah. I would go Chris Paul just because of the non-controversy. Roseanne has really disappeared, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Did a reality
She's
show.
She's a peanut farmer, I think.
I thought it was pistachio.
It's some kind of nut.
So Chris Paul's never won a championship, right?
No, close last year.
Close last year. And Roseanne Barr, I'm going to just say she has never won an Academy Award.
She may have won an Emmy for
I
writing.
think she did.
Really?
Yeah, I bet she's won multiple Emmys and maybe even a Golden Globe for some stand-up.
Wow.
The Roseanne, when was that on? The 80s or 90s?
Late 80s, like 88.
That was a good show
that
back
was
in the
a
day.
huge show back then.
Yeah,
Norm
Macdonald
Macdonald
was, Norm Macdonald was the head writer.
Pull that Wikipedia.
I'm pulling her Wikipedia to see what awards
I
she
bet
had.
she does have some awards. I mean, she was she was really, really talented.
That is 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires while he works that up.
Former prostitute, right, Rocky?
Yeah, I think so.
I think she was.
Is that true?
Well,
I think she was.
She was. She had a bad upbringing. We'll say that.
4 great locations. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
You know, under awards on Wikipedia, it says Roseanne Barr has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
And that's it?
That's all it says. Well, I mean, it tells 6700 block of Hollywood Boulevard. You can go find it if you like.
Oh, Toby is saying she won both an Emmy and Golden Globe. I believe that.
I'm going to double check.
Yeah, I bet she did win a Golden Globe for Best Actress for Roseanne.
Yeah, Farmfolio chat room much faster than you. I've always said that.
Yeah, you have always said that.
For the years of us doing this show, which is basically 60 days.
A Western draw, is he getting shot by the Farmfolio?
I'm riddled with bullet holes by the Farmfolio.
How to load gun. Well, see, this is a revolver.
All right, that is our 3 and Out today. When we come back, we'll continue our celebration with all you Braves fans out there. But first, let's do an injury update around football. And we'll start off. It's brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Anthony Richardson, the Florida quarterback, has been dealing with concussions since the game on Saturday. Didn't practice Monday or Tuesday, according to reports, but is feeling better. They don't know if he'll be available this week for Florida, South Carolina, which means Emory's back to starting. That's one of the injury updates. We'll do a couple in the NFL after you tell me about Precision.
Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, from pediatrics to geriatrics. Those injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. 9 convenient locations, including the Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper. Now 14 total providers. Make that same-day appointment for orthopedic and sports medicine care. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
By far the biggest injury news is COVID-related with Aaron Rodgers. He has tested positive and is out of the Chiefs games because of his vaccination status, according to everyone. And you asked this about Fuhrman. For those that missed that interview, and for me who can't remember what he said, how big of an impact is that on the game?
It's huge. I mean, I don't
move the line. What did Fuhrman say? Probably move the line 5 or 6 points at the end of the day.
I guess he wasn't, because it just moved.
Right,
we
he
were
didn't know where it would land. Yeah,
it was at -0.5 before the news. It's all the way up to 7.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys trust Jordan Love. Now, we watched Cooper Rush have a career game Sunday night against the Vikings.
And you just mentioned White at the Jets.
Mike White. So, who knows now. But I do feel like the Chiefs, at some point, they've got to get right. Mahomes is going to stop turning the football over. So I think this would have gone from, I believe, Packers wins the game to now they lose again.
One more quickly. Michael Thomas, who Saints fans were waiting to get back, has had a setback, and he's done for the season. He is shut down.
So now you've lost your starting quarterback and perhaps your best receiver.
Yeah. So not good news for Saints fans. That is a Precision Sports update. When we come back in the next round, back to the locker room with the Atlanta Braves. Some of you Braves fans having to look yourself in the mirror today and say, man, I wanted Brian Snitker fired several times, like every year for the last 4 years. But now he's a world champion. We'll hear from Snitker and Freddie Freeman next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hempel Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hempel were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hempel Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hempel Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hempel Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing. In business for more than 10 years with 500 five-star reviews on Google and home of the 3-year leak-free guarantee. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, LTD&B, right here, presented by your friends at Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, high above the Blue Lake Center, top floor here. And I will tell you, when we started getting ready for this upcoming football season, I didn't know we'd be all up in arms about the college football rankings when they first came out. It just seemed like it was going to be so automatic this year. And the team that we thought was the most automatic was Clemson.
Yeah.
And they're nowhere to be found.
In the top 25.
In the top 25. Yes. So we will finish the show in our final segment coming up about the college football rankings. But I want to get back to the Braves here in just a second. The show is being brought to you by our friends at Nut Dust. It was with what the Braves have done in the postseason, it was a nut dust moment. Even going into last night, being up 3-2 after being up 3-1, you didn't want to go to Game 7, and they took care of business.
Always
last
a nut
night.
dust moment. Done away. Nut dust, redefining the use of field body powder. It's talc-free, all-natural body powder, great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day. Nut Dust got you covered. For more information, you can order today. Put in that promo code FALL, F-A-L-L. You're going to get a great discount. Perfect for the holiday season. Great stocking stuffer is Nut Dust.
Here's Freddie Freeman on the skipper, Brian Snitker. Now, I said going to break. I mean, we've all heard it, right?
Oh, no, all the time on this show.
He was the scapegoat every time the Braves would not meet their expectations. Freddie Freeman shares with you what they have been sharing all along, that some Braves fans wouldn't hear, that inside the locker room, they love this guy. Capital L-O-V-E, love this guy. Here's Freeman on Snitker.
Freddie, how good does it feel to know that we'll never be able to ask you about the Atlanta sports narrative?
Yeah, that's nice. I mean, understandable of why we get those questions, but we kill the narrative in the NLCS, and we get to kill it for a long time. So this city's been hungry for a championship for so long, and I cannot wait to see the crowds here in the next couple of days when we get back home. So I'm just so thankful that we were able to bring them home a championship.
Yeah, and he went on to talk about how Brian Snitker was such a good guy, seeing him in the league. Now here's Snitker on Freddie Freeman, the other side of that, because as Joe Buck pointed out during the home run trot, that could have been his last home run in an Atlanta Braves uniform. So here is Brian Snitker on Freddie Freeman, a guy that you have to say is the face of the Atlanta Braves organization
for the better part of the last decade. Really, I mean, I don't know that there's another one over the last decade that you would go in front of Freddie Freeman.
Yeah. So cut number 10. Here's Snitker.
I mean, when you talk about a Braves type player, it's Freddie Freeman. How he comes to play every day, what he does in our community, the person that he is, the influence he has on all of his teammates, me in particular. I don't know what I'd do without him, quite honestly. I mean, he's my rock too. I mean, it's like I go to him with things. I've been with him since the first day he came here in the big leagues, and he's everything that the Braves stand for.
Does he get re-signed by the Braves?
It's not completely analogous, but I'll go back to...
It's not completely what?
Analogous.
Analogous? Okay.
Do I need to define it?
Please.
He's about to set up an analogy for you.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not a perfect analogy.
Okay.
Is that all right? It's not a perfect analogy, but I'll go back to right after the Nationals wanted Anthony Rendon left in free agency, and he was the postseason hero for the Nationals. Now, it's the reason it's not analogous is because Freddie Freeman has long been the face of this franchise, and this is probably... Would this be the last contract of his career, would you think?
Yeah, maybe. But I do think Anthopoulos and a lot of these GMs now, it is analytical. And if it doesn't make sense where they are right now.
Yeah, I mean.
In the old days, you would have given a guy, you would reward him with a long-term, big contract. And
his retirement package, basically.
You would reward the guy for being with you 12 years when your team sucked, and he would still put people in the seats.
Yeah, look, and the thing about Freddie is he's still going to produce. Remember, he was the MVP a year ago.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things about the Dodgers and Kershaw, just to use a Dodger analogy.
Mm-hmm.
They continue, people are like, are they going to be able to keep Kershaw? And they always find a way to give him another year or two.
Well, Jody, and I don't know this to be factual, Jody says Freeman wants a 10-year deal, Braves only want 6. You don't give Freddie Freeman a 10-year deal.
No.
I don't give any player a 10-year deal. Like Bryce Harper wanted 10 years, and he ended up, I think, getting 13
These
from the Phillies.
These 10-year deals do not work out.
They do not work out, especially late in a career.
But
no way you give Freddie Freeman a 10-year deal. You thank him for his time. Thank you for the championship. Your number is retired. You tell us the day you want it retired, and we'll retire it for you.
I think 6 is more than fair.
But we just cannot do 10. You can't do it.
But Freeman could be what Chipper Jones is and what Henry Aaron was for your franchise. He could be one of those guys who's with you until he dies. He's the guy that comes back on days that you have special Freddie Freeman days, and all that. He can be that forever.
He can still be that. Dale Murphy is, and Dale Murphy didn't finish his career in Atlanta.
Murphy is not as much as Chipper, not as much as Hank Aaron.
Greg Maddux threw out a first pitch. He didn't finish his career in Atlanta.
Well, he threw out a first pitch.
Maddux is beloved.
The head of Truist Bank throws out a first pitch. I mean, they play 80 home games, right?
In the World Series, Maddux threw out a first pitch.
Well, they play 7 of those.
Now, Jody makes the point. If you pass the DH rule, Freddie's a different story.
Okay, and they are going to do that in the offseason.
If they do that in the offseason, it's a different ball game. But
by the way, I mean, how much better was the National League Braves lineup? In the American League ballpark?
Yes, so much better.
Yeah.
Because
you get Jock in the lineup, you get Soler in the lineup.
I just don't,
But I mean, how many of these guys? We know Ozuna's not going to come back.
Yeah.
But Acuna's going to be back.
Oh gosh, yes. Albies.
Soler, you're going to want to keep him,
you're
right?
Want to keep Rosario,
you're going to want to keep him.
But my point is, if you let's say I don't know about Rosario, but my point is, if you get Freddie Freeman, I mean your Rams are all in right now to win. Why would I not be all in? I'll give him 10 to have a chance to win another one over the next 2 years.
Because you got to pay for that 10.
Yeah, well, you do. But what would a world championship mean for you? What would you pay for a world championship?
Here's the thing: if you trust and praise Alex Anthopoulos to make the moves he's made, you got to trust him in this one too. You can't pick and choose where you trust him. And like Lance said, they've got the analytics. And if they look at the analytics and say 10 years does not make sense at this guy's age, and with his numbers right now, we can't do it. You got to trust that. You can't just pick and choose when you trust this guy.
Yeah, and Freed and Ian Anderson are guys moving forward you trust to be longtime arms for the Braves, but I still think
Austin Riley. I mean,
I still think you got to solidify that rotation for the future too.
But you have so many good young guys on this team.
I believe that there are Braves fans who would say, I will take the losing the last 4 years of the 10-year contract of us paying him if we keep Freddie and we got a chance to win the next 6.
That's the emotion talking. You can't let this get emotional. You do that the day after the World Series, of course you make that decision. But that's the emotion talking. A guy like Anthopoulos has to take emotion out of it and say what puts us in the best position to win over the next 10 years.
We'll make that into a Cowan Equipment poll question somehow. Some others going out. You can vote always at nextroundlive.com. It's brought to you by the great folks at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, if you're looking right now, trying to find that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
75% say the Jorge Soler homer was the hardest hit ball they've ever seen. 25% say no. That was an early poll.
Jeff Passan had a picture on his Twitter feed of the actual home run ball. And the only scuff on it is where the bat made impact.
The sound that bat made, I mean, it was incredible, the sound the microphones picked up.
But it is almost a perfect bruise, if you will,
I would imagine.
of the bat contact.
The ball's right on the sweet spot. Hung that curve.
Like you'd almost wish it would almost be like Louisville Slugger imprinted on the side
backwards.
of the ball.
The pitcher's reaction's better than Soler's. I mean, the pitcher is Hernandez just drops his head and starts walking.
Hot take college football rankings when we come back in our final segment on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. Let Holly Mack Wilson put you in a new home for the holidays. A new place to have a family Thanksgiving dinner. A new place to put up the Christmas tree and hide the presents. A new place to ring in the new year with friends and family. Holly Mack Wilson, putting a new meaning to home for the holidays. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717, Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years, the James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey y'all, whether you're a scratch golfer or just out on the course for fun, at southernbclothing.com, we know that looking great is at least half the game. And we have the fine leisure attire you're going to want for all your favorite outdoor events. Visit southernbclothing.com and read our story to find out how a whirlwind romance accidentally led to the creation of Southern Bee Clothing. southernbclothing.com. That's southernbclothing.com. Don't forget the .com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
In recognition of your service and support for our communities, Academy Sports and Outdoors is offering military and first responders 10% off their purchases both in-store and online from October 24th through November 14th. Exclusions apply. Visit academy.com/discount for details.
Troy says, I think Rosario and Soler are going to walk because this championship gives the Braves the leash to call up 2 of their young outfielders they have and see if they can play or not. Sometimes those hired guns midseason do walk in free agencies or something. And then we got a poll question out. You can go vote. Would you pay Freeman to keep him 10 years? Give him the 10-year deal. Go vote right now at Next Round Live. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Mortgage Right. As always, when you're looking for a mortgage, whether it's right now or in the future, remember our guys at Mortgage Right.
Home means something different to everyone, but a Mortgage Right home is always about you. Their top priority is helping you navigate the home buying landscape, and their team of experts. They are there to answer questions and provide solutions. Whether you're in the market for your first home or looking to refinance the one you already own, Mortgage Right is here to guide you every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
7 of the 13 members of the College Football Playoff Committee are new. Their ranking and how they do it are not. About the same they've been doing since 2014. Nothing new that we saw last night. Hot takes to end the show. You have them written down?
No, I've got the answer.
I thought you were grabbing dry erase board. I was excited.
No, I'm not going to dry erase.
Ooh, hot take.
Oh, that's why we're doing this.
I didn't know we had this.
I was asked to do this last week. We never used it.
We never used it. We did now. So let's hear it. I didn't hear it. Do it again.
Ooh, hot take.
So Lance asked this earlier. Lowest initially ranked team to make it in the playoffs, 16, Ohio State in 2014. So that's the answer to your question earlier.
16?
16,
yeah.
Ohio State
and
in
didn't
2014.
They go Oklahoma next year, 15, something like that?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Ohio State won that.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. Now, Oklahoma, that's what I was about to bring up, Jim. Actually, good news they got punished last night at number 8. But if they want to find a silver lining, In 2015, 17, 18, and 19, they were the lowest ranked initial team to make the playoffs. So they have done this 4 other times.
Yeah, and Ohio State, it's always either been Ohio State or
That's right.
Oklahoma has
Yep.
been the lowest team that have made it to the playoffs. So that brand name does matter. Give me a hot take on what you saw last night.
Well, 2 of your top 4 in Michigan State and Oregon will end the season with 5 total losses.
Jeez.
Oh, wow. And right now, between them, they have 1?
Yep.
Yep.
Wow.
There's going to be some losing in November for those 2.
November not to remember.
Yeah.
That's a hot take.
Can you? I think my hot take is the only undefeated champion Cincinnati would be ranked in front of is Wake. I still think they would be ranked in front of an undefeated Wake.
I think so, too.
Because the ACC is not getting a lot of love. You look at Wake, they do play a ranked NC State team. Now, first of all, I think Wake's going to lose Saturday night to North Carolina.
But
Or Saturday morning, I should say, to North Carolina.
It helps the committee keep Cincinnati out if Wake stays unbeaten and they rank them below Cincinnati.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's at least a money conference.
I don't disagree with you on Saturday morning. Wake is so much better than North Carolina, though.
They are, but
So much better.
I think Carolina's going to beat them on the road. Again, as it pertains to the ACC, that's not a conference game. I know this is going to get confusing for a lot of people. That is a non-conference game against Carolina that they've scheduled just so they'll play more often because they're close together. So it actually does not hurt them in the conference rankings if they lose one. They play NC State, who's 19th in the playoff poll. And then in the championship game, right now they would get Pitt, who's unranked.
But Pitt would be ranked.
Or
if
is
they,
Pitt unranked?
25th. Yeah, they're unranked.
25th.
They're 25th.
They're 25th, almost unranked.
Well, they'll be firmly ranked if they went out.
Yeah,
Pitt.
that's right. So they need Pitt to win out. I mean, I would find it fascinating to see what they would do with an undefeated Wake, because Wake could get undefeated and have 0 ranked wins by the end of this.
So my hot take, I gave it to you earlier. Oklahoma was the scapegoat to put them 8th as a unbeaten Power 5 team, and it gave them the ability to put Cincinnati out of the top 4 and say, look, we're judging you just like we're judging Oklahoma out of the Power 5. They're 8th and unbeaten. You're 6th and unbeaten. Wake Forest is down there. And if Wake Forest stays unbeaten, Oklahoma would jump over because they're about to play a really good schedule, 11 and 12 on the road in the rankings. Wake Forest is not. That would allow them to say, yes, the Notre Dame win is good, but that one win is not enough to get you in because of the rest of your schedule. Look what we did to Wake. Look what we did to Wake.
I did find it interesting that Fuhrman, who joined us, said that Cincinnati is their fifth best team in Vegas right now, behind Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, and Oklahoma.
Yep.
And on a neutral site, Cincinnati would be favored over Michigan State and Oregon, and I believe that as well.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. And I think most people would trust Vegas's rankings more than they would any poll we put out.
Well, in theory, the only interest in a Vegas ranking is Vegas, right?
That's right.
So they don't have any sort of, they got to wipe some bias out of it. You can't wipe an entire amount of a bias out entirely.
Yeah. Now their ranking is not, directly the number, because people say, well, that's just, they're trying to get even money on both sides. No, this is their ranking. Fuhrman was giving us his ranking sheet, and then they adjust the number off of, Alabama gets played a lot. It's public money,
But it's power
they adjust
ranking.
that. But just their power ranking, that's their quick cheat sheet when they're sitting here starting to do their work on what a number should be.
Yeah, and look, and I think that's the way this thing should set up. I mean, I think I would have Cincinnati right where they have them.
I mean, their power ranking is how Wake and North Carolina is, what, a 2-point spread? And Wake's undefeated. North Carolina's not even ranked.
All right. So that is our conversation about the college football rankings. You can go back and get the whole show podcasted for you, and also on YouTube. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo, a college of distinction, 10 years running, a best value school. U.S. News and World Report calls Montevallo one of the South's most beautiful campuses out there. 75 majors, 21 Division II scholarship sports. Check them out online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. We're back with you live again tomorrow. Don't forget LT and the guys at Odie's tonight for trivia. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.